credit to Tim Shores for categorizing them. The categories being the bold-faced but not italicized words in this document. So he found 7 or proposed 7 themes in all, and arranged all the suggested priorities under those themes. As this document suggests, some suggestions fall under several themes. And then after the subcommittee discussed them and how to move forward, we decided to sort them out, and we would develop summary statements for each of those themes. And those are in the boldface and italics. And then beneath those, enumerated, for example, A to G or whatever, are every suggestion that committee members presented. So again, thank you very much for all that. The question now is what to do with this, if anything. Again, not everyone participated. It is a really good start. I feel, and having talked to Dr. Z after the meeting, that we've pretty much run out of time. Maybe I'll be proved wrong about that. And that maybe for this first year, we should just leave it at this and say, good first step. Next year, we will start this a lot earlier. So there's an ability to have feedback from all the committee members and Dr. Z, and for this subcommittee then to incorporate all that and bring back a document for hopefully a vote. That's my thinking. But we would certainly like to hear anyone's observations or comments about what we've attached to the agenda tonight.
Thank you, Sarah. Is there any comment or feedback at this time? Go ahead, Bridget.
Thank you, Sarah, and the organization especially is terrific. I think that it captures, a lot of what we're thinking about with the shorter list and fleshes out maybe what that means or what we entail, for example, when we include mental health, what we mean by that. So I appreciate it. I wonder if we give all of this though, like, is it too much? But then on the flip side, I worry, like, if we went any more narrow, like if we just had stuck with the headlines, I think we miss people's intentions behind them. So there's that.
Thanks, Bridget. Okay.
But I defer to the chair, I guess, about how much time we might have, if we do have more meetings to work on this, or really, given what we're going to hear from Dr. Z, the moment has passed, and Dr. Z is aware of this document, certainly, and she knows it contains the opinions, and many of our opinions and suggestions.
Go ahead, William, and then I'll chime in.
I was just going to say, I think it's a great document, and maybe it could be more of a living document that can change with time. So hopefully it'll be reflected on during the budget process, even if it's not voted on.
Thanks, William. Deb?
I wonder if it'd be worthwhile discussing a prioritization of these. I know they're overarching categories, but there's a lot of them. And it might be at least worth a discussion, if not a vote, about which are the top 3.
Go ahead, Laura Jane. I can't raise your hand this way so I can see you.
My T-Rex.
Yeah.
I also am very grateful to both Tim and Sarah for putting this together in this way, and I really think it's very helpful. And I think I hate to take out any, Deb, so I totally hear, like trying to prioritize, but I wonder if we can frame it as a series of questions. Does this prioritize student-facing work? Does this prioritize what, and then for everything we do for the budget, we apply those questions And so we're asking those questions every time we're making any budget decisions. And it could be 9 questions we can ask. I mean, that's fine. I don't think we have to limit ourselves.
Go ahead, Deb.
I think that's a great idea, and we could create a chart because an individual, more than one could be satisfied by any particular decision. So we could get an overall sense of what each one would correspond to for a particular situation.
Sarah, thank you.
I like that suggestion, Laura Jane and Deb, but how I would suggest we implement that then is only use the bold-faced words or statements, because first of all, there's a lot of redundancy, the same specific suggestions can be repeated many times. And also, I don't know that we want to interrogate a proposed budget about 29 things, however many it is, offered by committee members. I think the summary statements are to be, exactly that, to be broader. So I would ask, interrogate the budget then based on those seven, summary statements.
Tim and then Laura Jane. And
One thing I've wondered, and I know that this is about developing budget guidance, which is specific to the budget, and this might be something that the committee does each year, but I would see a lot of value in spending a lot of time to develop and deliberate over these ideas. I also know that we have a policy on broad educational goals that is from 1983 and that we might consider as a sort of destination for this kind of collaborative effort. Maybe this work on guidelines can eventually start to converge with the question of what do we want our broad educational goals to be? And it might find a home in our policy book.
Laura Jane, I'm gonna put myself on the list also.
I was actually going to say something very similar, although I wasn't going to reference 1985, or 1983. But I do think that this, sort of serves as a set of guiding principles for the way the school committee thinks about education in the district. And so I liked that also. And Sarah, I definitely was not suggesting we go through every 29 pieces, just the central 7 or 9 questions. Kind of thing.
Thank you, Laura Jane. Bridget.
My thought is a short one, which is my understanding of why we would pass budget priorities on top of like guiding ourselves through the process is a way to be able to communicate back to Dr. Z and her team as they're making the budget, like what's important to us and what's not important. So while we couldn't ask those interrogating questions, I just want to see, do we feel like this document is clear enough to communicate those things back to central office?
Okay. So here is what I think / what I'm going to suggest. I think I also like the idea of turning those central themes into questions that can then be used. I think the chair of the Budget and Audit Subcommittee, Sarah, met with Dr. Z and had the conversation and shared these. I think this document can be taken and start as our base for our conversations moving forward to move towards next year writing priorities. I think to try and vote and finalize and adjust before our FY27, our budget, I think is too soon to get the proper feedback that we would want from everywhere. So I think this can be our guiding document to move forward with and help frame the work for setting up our next budget to have guidelines to go forward with. And I like the idea of this being a living document that we can continue to work on and tweak. So maybe the budget and audit subcommittee can take the highlighted themes and turn them into questions that we can then work with to examine our budget and start moving forward with. Deb?
It's always a good idea to give it sort of a context, to do maybe a dry run. So go back and look at previous budget and audit might want to go back and look at previous reductions and see if there was something missing or how aligned these were, as a sense of how relevant they might be going forward. It might inform decision making.
Thank you. Sarah?
I can imagine that the superintendent's, and I haven't sent this to her, superintendent's budget presentation might address these questions. I mean, possibly the budget book itself, in the past, the books haven't, I don't think they've done that. They've contained that policy, the broad educational goals, but I don't think it's spoken specifically about how the budget supports each of those things. So.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Dr. Z, you have the memo that is attached here. Do you want to speak to it? We're good. Okay. So the last thing that is attached under this agenda item is the timeline. We are looking at a budget. The Shutesbury FinCom is having a ARPS budget follow-up meeting tonight. On February 10th, this committee will have a budget discussion. On February 26th will be our budget hearing. Dr. Z?
There's a correction. The Pelham FinCom meeting has been moved to February 26th.
Okay. I will update that.
That's the same day.
Mhm.
Okay.
Do you know what time?
Can I get that to the chair?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Deb?
The meeting originally scheduled for March 4th, Dr. Z?
Yes. And then at our last Four Towns meeting, our member towns asked for some information about what, let me pull up my notes. The educational impact of the proposed budgets would be. So I would like to suggest we have a follow-up Four Towns meeting on February 28th, which will be after our public hearing. So we'll be able to share the public feedback with our member towns. There can be potential for the towns to make adjustments. We'll be able to share the educational impact that we will have heard about, and it will be before the budget is finally voted. So that is my suggestion to the committee. I see your hand, Sarah. After that, March 10th will be our discussion and hopefully vote. March 24th, we must vote a budget in order to work backwards to make sure we hit all of the timelines for the Leverett, Pelham, and Shutesbury on the town warrants and other agreements. I have listed here the town meetings. The town of Amherst hasn't decided exactly what day they're going to hear the budgets, but as that gets finalized, I will bring this back and keep it updated. Sarah.
Yes, would someone please check that March 24th allows 40 days, which I think is a requirement. By my calculation, that's only 39 days. So if the towns are real sticklers for 40 days, back from from May 2nd, I just,
Okay.
I don't know how tenaciously the towns cling to that rule.
I think when we looked at it, it did, but I'll confirm. Okay. Bridget?
So I'm looking at the memo and I feel like we went past it really quickly. And there's just this sentence in it, and I was at the Four Towns meeting, and it wasn't. I did definitely get the sense that there was a lot of concern about financial hardship in the room, for sure, and what the school budgets had meant for the town. But the majority of comments and discussions appeared to lean towards an acknowledgement of a projected deficit of $2,060,000. Like, I don't know why, but I left that meeting thinking we would be looking at one of the middle categories. And so I'm wondering what budget we get, which budget we present for our budget hearing, what budget we're talking about voting on, all that type of thing, because the small towns and particularly Pelham's in a really tough situation right now, but also I just don't know how the schools we have would sustain a $2 million cut at the region, so.
Dr. Z?
To clarify, the day of Four Towns, myself and Shannon, we floated around to different towns and we engaged in conversations and questions with the towns. To be clear, the third page of the budget outlines the breakdown. For example, Leverett clearly expressed that and they said it out loud too at the question at the table, as well as in their small group, that they were at 2.5 year over year, the 2.5%. Someone said 3.5, and then they corrected and said they asked everyone to increase by 2.5. We know about Pelham. Shutesbury expressed that really it kind of falls with the other towns, and we know that Amherst already expressed that we stay within 3.5. So in the discussions that when not just the whole group discussion, but even the small group discussions, as a team, we gathered that the towns were leaning towards this deficit area, the 2,060,000, as the preferred.
We will also have our first budget conversation at February 10th. So it's not going straight to hearing without time for conversation and feedback. Yep. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. Welcome. Yep. Deb?
In bringing the budget forward, will there be an opportunity to present restoration, like a tiered restoration like we did for the budget specifically for Amherst last year?
Yeah, I believe it was asked for Amherst, and I think Region asked us the same question, like what would be restored? So we do plan to have that the same way we had it last year. Our goal is to build upon the things that we were asked last year for this upcoming year.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Next up is a memo from the Amherst Town Council Finance Committee regarding the auditorium roof at the middle school. The memo that's attached came from the Finance Committee, which hasn't gone through the full Amherst Town Council conversation yet. However, after receiving the memo, I did ask Dr. Z and her team to start looking for the information that's being requested. This says that there is potential for support from, at least for the Finance Committee, to discuss the possibility of funding the auditorium roof. So I wanted this to come back for the full committee to have support moving forward with this request. So then we can go back to the Finance Committee of the Town of Amherst. Yes, Lara Jane.
I make a motion to move forward with this memo. I make a motion to respond to with the information requested in order to potentially secure funding for the middle school roof.
Motion to respond to the memo to move forward. What was the rest of it?
To secure funding for the middle school roof.
Second.
Motion to respond to the memo to move forward with the information request to secure funding for the Arms Auditorium roof. Sure. And it was seconded by Tim. Excellent, thank you. Sarah?
Yeah, so the motion is unclear to me because this memo asks for two things. One is a whole bunch of information. And I'd like to know from either Sarah Bess or Dr. Z if it's likely to all be available by February 2nd. But then secondly, they want a formal request from us for $1.6 million. Is that part of your motion or just responding with the information, items 1 to 6 and the other things?
I will amend the motion to include a request from the Regional School Committee that Amherst consider financing the 1.6 million.
Motion to respond to the memo to move forward with the requisition to secure funding for the Arms Auditorium roof and create a formal request.
I'm sorry, I feel like I should make it into 3 sentences, not one. Do you want me to wordsmith it more? I think, okay.
I can answer part of Sarah's question. And to my understanding, yes, the information is available and can be ready. Dr. Z?
I received the memo at the same time as the chair, and our team started pulling the information. So it's already in the works to meet the deadline of the 2nd.
Sarah?
So I don't know that we need the first part of the motion because the administration's already responding. And so I don't know if you want to amend the motion or withdraw it or just have a motion to formally ask town council for $1.6 million. So maybe you can answer that and then I'll speak to the larger question if I may.
Okay, how about this? I make a motion that we provide the town council with the requested information and make a formal request for the full amount of funding that they are offering us, 1.6 million, to repair the middle school roof. Auditorium roof.
Provide Amherst Town Council with the requested information and make a formal request for the Amherst Town Council to fully fund the repairs to the Arms Auditorium roof. Okay. That is the holy moly. Okay. Tim, as seconding to that original motion, how do you feel about the updated language?
I should pay more careful attention to it because I'm trying to take minutes. Can you read it again?
Absolutely. Provide the Amherst Town Council with the requested information and make a formal request for the Amherst Town Council to fully fund the repairs to the Arms Auditorium roof.
Sure. I mean, the language in the memo that they provided is we would also need a request from the regional school committee that Amherst consider financing the $1.6 million and that the committee sees the project as a high priority. So we could just, you know, sounds like they want us to also say that we see it as a high priority. If it didn't matter, they wouldn't have written it. I don't know that we need to move to send them the information they're requesting. But I mean, there's no harm in keeping that in there. So I don't know. I'm fine with it if everyone else is fine with it.
Okay, thank you. Bridget.
So I'm in support of fixing the middle school roof. I'm more convinced of fixing the middle school roof after hearing from Michael last week that it's costing us a lot as we go to not fix the middle school roof. However, when I think about Amherst and free cash, the reason that this deadline is coming up of February 2nd and February 3rd is because town council is starting to make their requests for free cash. And so I support this. I will vote for it. But one thing I want to say to this council that goes to this committee, which goes to what my only objection was last time, is what else are we planning to ask for free cash? Amherst free cash this year is over $10 million in a town that spends half of its budget on education. That would be about $5 million. This is a $1.5 million request. Are there other things that we can request from free cash as a committee that would defer from our operating budget or decrease our operating budget? Because this $2 million cut that we're looking at, we need to be getting in front of proactively, and that's one pathway. So I'm just saying that again.
Thanks, Bridget. Deb?
Yeah, I think also we need to think more globally about it. We talked about this last meeting, and it is a gift, but it's a gift where other parts of our budget are going to be really, really badly impacted by reductions. And it's just really hard to contextualize capital versus personnel to me. But thank you to the town for making this offer. In terms of the document in front of, confused because there's information requested, a memo which seems to request items 1 and 2 on the information requested list. So I think the memo should come from, I don't know if the memo is supposed to come from us or central office. And
Sure.
then some of these questions, in particular, the middle school staff view of the urgency of the repair, can we discuss the manner in which that is measured? Number 5, facility manager and middle school staff view of the urgency of the repair. That is just a very open-ended question, and maybe we can give an open-ended answer, but I'd like to understand kind of how we present that, how we gather that information and present it.
Dr. Z, you'd had your hand up?
I did. This memo is addressed to the regional school committee and CC to the administration. We would be gathering the information and pulling it together so that the regional school committee can craft the memo. In the memo, the regional school committee can outline the other request of it being a high priority. That's the combination of the two. In terms of the other information, one of the things that we can pull for staff view outside of the emails that we have from staff talking about repairs to the middle school roof on a whole, we have work orders that have been put in. We have where I've seen community members have made concerns around the middle school roof and just the programs that are in there. So there's different, whether it's quantitative or qualitative data points that we can possibly pull. And if we also need to get a survey out, we can.
Thank you, Dr. Z.
You're welcome.
Just have one quick question about the MSBA opportunity. We waited like 10 years to be eligible for the MSBA grant because they kept moving the date back and back and back and back. So I wonder like how we can accurately frame the opportunity, like the question is, when will the middle school auditorium roof be eligible? But so technically, if they don't keep changing the date, we'll be eligible in like a year or two. But if it goes the same way that the whole middle school roof went, it could be 15 years before we're eligible. So the idea of when we're eligible for the new MSBA grant is perhaps a little bit hard to predict, but I don't know if you have better information.
My concern would not only be hard to predict, but the application process. The middle school roof went through repetitive rounds of going through the application process before we were accepted. So it's not just our eligibility time, but would they fund us on another portion so soon after what we just went through would be the consideration and concern.
Yep. So I have Sarah Marshall and then Laura Jane.
Okay.
And then I think we need to move forward.
Okay, a couple concerns about the motion. I don't think we can move to ask them to fully fund the repair because they've specified $1.6 million. So I don't think we can leave it so open-ended. But secondly, I have a question about $1.6 million is an estimate. What happens if the bids come in, 1.8? What are we, so I just put that out there. Second of all, and I have three points. The second is February 2nd is next Monday. So if the regional school committee needs to develop a memo, how are we going to do that? I don't think we're going to do it as a committee unless we meet again on Friday or Thursday or something. So maybe it just comes from the chair. I don't know. Hold on. And then thirdly, about, and I know I raised this last time, and well, maybe we have other capital projects. Well, I feel like we're looking at gift horse in the mouth. This is a generous potential offer, again, because the whole council hasn't taken it up. I guess we've had ample time to develop our own requests for whatever we think is most important, and we didn't. And the deadline for allocating the free cash, as I understand it, is coming up fast. So I would want to take advantage of this. I know I was much more ambivalent last time, and I apologize if I appeared ungrateful to the town for maybe extending this offer.
Thank you, Sarah. Laura Jane?
So I think keeping the language of fully fund the auditorium covers that 1.6 to 1.8 to however much. But I will say that, so I made that motion with the hope of moving this quickly through, and I'm not sure that was effective. But I also do think that, of course, we have a lot of other priorities. Just because we say this is a high priority doesn't mean it's our highest priority, and that it doesn't preclude us saying to the new town council from this new regional school committee, here are the things that we're asking for from that free cash. And was it, I think Dr. Z mentioned the 3.5, someone mentioned 3.5, but that's like such an inadequate amount of spending for the schools in this district anyway, that we need to be pushing further on that. But so that's, I would like to keep it as fully funding whatever the cost of the auditorium roof is, and hopefully just resolve this quickly.
Thank you. So, yes, the chair will work with the district to craft a memo that will go back to the finance committee of the Amherst Town Council. Okay, so are we ready to vote on this? Because we have a lot of meetings.
May I?
Oh,
say?
I'm sorry, Tim. Yes, you did have your hand up before.
Thanks. So thank you to the Amherst Finance Committee for sending this opportunity our way. It's, so this committee and the Budget and Audit Subcommittee and Shannon Bernacchia are all becoming increasingly more focused on capital planning, which is an important part, I think, of what Bridget is getting to, and Deb. I don't want to add more requests to this at this time. I appreciate that there's plenty more that we probably could think of, but I think let's just keep it to the auditorium roof and also consider, if I remember correctly, in the Gale report analyzing the auditorium roof from a few years ago, I read that a substantial portion of the auditorium roof is capable of supporting solar panels without any additional infrastructure added on top of it. So for future years, when we're looking to, for ways to use capital to defray the cost of operations, a new roof on top of the auditorium will, maybe help us build some more solar.
Thank you. All right, ready to move to voting? Deb, quick, go ahead.
We would also need to request from the Regional School Committee that Amherst consider financing the 1.6 million and that the committee sees the project as a high priority. Could we say a high capital priority?
Do you want to send me the language that you wrote out?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We have to vote. Tim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Deb,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
William,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
Laura Jane,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Andrew,
Yes.
and Sarah Beth, yes. Thank you very much to the Amherst Finance Committee for forwarding this along, and I will work with the facilities and central office to move forward. Okay, great. Thank you all very much. Would Amherst and Pelham, would you like to join us?
So we could shift all these down.
You can go this way. Yeah, I think we're good now.
Thank you.
Yeah. Everybody has mic now. Excellent.
Extra mics now?
You get two.
You took mine.
Okay. Right.
Seeing the presence of a quorum, I call the Amherst School Committee to order at 6:43 PM. Everybody is present, so no need to do roll call.
I will call the Pelham School Committee meeting to order at, I'm going to say 6:03. 6:43, I'm sorry. And let's see, I believe that we are all here as well.
Yes. Excellent. Okay. First up is public comment. We have lots. I think there is a notepad circling around. Perfect. Thank you. Once it's done, if you can just hand it back to Megan so she can manage the in-person commentary. There are many pages that have been attached to the meeting. So if there was written comment, it is attached to our meeting. So I'm going to start, and then Margaret, if you want to take over. Thank you for attending the public meeting or the joint meeting of the Amherst, Pelham, and Regional School Committees. This meeting will be held in accordance with open meeting law and Robert's Rules of Order. This committee oversees the Amherst, Pelham, and Amherst, Pelham Regional Public Schools and has purview in the following areas: employment, compensation, and evaluation of the superintendent, review and approval of the fiscally responsible annual budget, establishing the overarching educational goals, and developing policies as guides for administrative action and to strive for continual improvement of the educational programming of the district. The chairs of the committee will preside over the meeting, including acknowledgement of speakers during public comment. Public comment is a period, an opportunity for the committee to receive the opinions of its constituents on issues of school committee business. Comments should at all times be respectful. Objective criticism and matters within school committee purview may be offered during public meeting However, the committee will not hear personal complaints about school personnel, students, or members of the school community. Under most circumstances, the administrative channels are the proper means for these grievances. Our students and staff have a right to privacy. The chair of the committee reserves the right to, after a warning, terminate comment which is not protected by the First Amendment. The committee respectfully requests members of the public wishing to make public comment keep their comments to under 3 minutes into matters within school committee purview. In accordance with policy BEDH, we welcome members of the audience to make public comment. Please clearly state your name and affiliation with the district. Margaret?
Thank you, Sarah Bass. I know we have a lot of people from Pelham here tonight. I appreciate your coming and being willing to speak in public. I received many written comments from people. I will say that some came in past 3 o'clock, which is our cutoff for posting. I will add anything that came in after 3 o'clock to our posting for our meeting, a regular meeting next week on February 3rd. And I urge you to read the written document that's attached, which has the written comments in it.
You want me to play the first? Okay. Okay.
Hi, my name is Jody Seeger. My son is currently a second grader at Pelham School. I grew up in Pelham and I'm a parent here now and am very, very concerned about what seems like a situation that's evolved very quickly as far as discussion about the future of the school. So it was quite upsetting to learn that there's talk of drastic changes for next year and even potentially closing the school. So I just want to add my voice to what I hope are many voices at this point, advocating for what I understand is being called option A, to use increased school choice revenue to cover the deficit, and also to, on the meeting agenda, to keep goal 3 in its original form and not to change it to a goal of succession planning recommendations for Pelham School, which I think is a roundabout way of saying closing the school. Any discussions with this big an impact on the town and the school and the kids and the parents and all of the teachers of the school? I'm from a family of almost entirely teachers and educators, so it's close to my heart in a lot of ways, but this kind of discussion should be the public, the town, the parents, the teachers should all be aware of it and have a chance to participate before these kinds of big decisions are made, or before the terms of discussion are changed behind the scenes. Thanks very much. I'm not able to attend the meeting tonight, which is why I'm leaving a voicemail, but I'll be there at the next opportunity. Thank you.
James Horn, and I'm calling to formally request that the Amherst School Committee leave the bullying policies as is. And if any changes are made to the policies in the future, that those changes should only be to strengthen the policy's ability to protect queer kids in Amherst. Weakening the bullying policies will create a fertile future of increased hatred, bullying, and a lack of transparency between faculty, students, and families, and will bypass intervention where intervention is needed. We currently have a violent administration that promotes homophobia, xenophobia, transphobia, and rape culture. Hatred is in the air, and our children are absorbing all of the messages around them. Please do your part to make sure that the message you are sending and that the one that they are metabolizing from you is that they and all of the children of Amherst, including, regardless, and especially based off of identity, are honored and will be protected within our school district. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Havens, and I've been the speech and language pathologist at Pelham for the past 9 years. I urge the school committee to pursue any and all options that keep Pelham as part of this community. The school is truly a special place. I've worked in other places, but I've never worked in one that's so full of love, dedication, and connection. I love my colleagues. I love my students. I have a caseload of students that I work with directly, but I can also walk the halls of our school and greet every single student by name. I love our entire community. I ask that you work with us to explore every possible option that will allow us to keep providing quality education to these current and future students. Thank you.
Good evening, school committee representatives. I'm calling in to actively advocate for Pelham Elementary, its students, families, and staff. Decisions of this magnitude require transparency, community trust, and time. And right now, those pieces feel at risk. Our community deserves clear communication, proper notice of meetings, accessible and understandable financial data for both the school and the town, and a genuine, thorough exploration of all options to strengthen the school's financial sustainability. These are not conversations that should be rushed or handled in isolation. They should happen collaboratively, over time, and with meaningful involvement from the broader community and all relevant town committees. I strongly support moving forward with option A for the 2026-27 school year, allowing the continued use of school choice funds. This option creates the necessary space to responsibly examine revenue opportunities, thoughtfully address the deficit, improve transparency, and foster real dialogue between the school committee, finance committee, and the community as a whole. It allows for problem solving, not panic-driven restructuring. I also urge you to maintain the original Goal 3 and not shift the focus towards succession planning. Redirecting the goal towards succession planning before fully exploring other financial and structural strategies feels premature and deeply concerning, given the long-term impact these decisions will have on the school and the town. My connection to Pelham Elementary is lifelong and personal. I attended this school from kindergarten through 6th grade, and the foundation it gave me shaped my educational and professional future, including earning both a bachelor's and a master's degree. I intentionally moved my own children back to Pelham so they could grow up in the same kind of small, connected, supportive school community that shaped me. I am deeply troubled by how these proposed changes could affect students, families, educators, and staff, including teachers who taught me as a child, as well as fellow alums and educators who continue to serve this community today. Pelham is not just a building or a budget line. It is a relationship, continuity, identity, and stability for children and families. I am advocating for a process rooted in transparency, community engagement, and responsible pacing. Please support option A for the 26-27 school year, and I encourage the school committee to stay aligned with the original Goal 3. These decisions deserve time, care, and full exploration of every possible alternative before irreversible steps are taken. Respectfully, Kristen Pettis, formerly Kristen White, Pelham Elementary School alum K through 6, Pelham parent, certified school adjustment counselor, and licensed social worker. Thank you. Have a good night.
Hello, my name is Carol Scotty. I am the intervention teacher at Pelham Elementary. I have worked in the field of education for 26 years, 7 of which have been in Pelham. I can wholeheartedly say that Pelham is the most beautiful and impactful learning community that I have ever been a part of. I would like to urge the school committee today to please look for all possible ways to keep our incredible school open. Thank you.
My name is MK Smith Dupre. I am not only the art teacher at Pelham, but also the parent of a child to be choiced into the school and of one who we are hoping to choice in next year. I have worked at many schools in my career as an educator, but Pelham is truly a community like no other. It is impossible to describe the true heart of the school, except to say that as soon as you step into the building, whether as a student, parent, or teacher, the community wraps its arms around you. As a specialist, I have the benefit of teaching every single child in the school. I love all of them. I am asking you to please do everything in your power to keep Pelham open and to creatively plan for its long future. Thank you. Hi, my name is Jess Steyer, and I'm a Pelham resident with 2 children at Pelham Elementary in 2nd and 3rd grade. This is an extremely destabilizing time in the world for so many reasons, and Pelham Elementary has become a safe haven for our family and a source of comfort and stability during uncertain times. My family moved to Pelham in 2021 specifically because of this school. We chose it over neighboring towns, and many families have made the same choice. I understand that money is the bottom line and you can't squeeze blood from a stone, but these are major decisions that will impact not only families and staff, but the entire surrounding community. This feels rushed and premature. There are many factors that have not been fully thought through, like the impact on property values, on special education services, on school choice families, and on staff who have dedicated years to this school. The fact that a succession plan is even being discussed publicly without meaningful parent and community engagement is already causing damage. School choice families are getting spooked. That means even less revenue, which makes the problem worse. This approach risks becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. We need time. There are contingencies like the school choice reserve that can buy us at least a year. Those options should be exhausted before going down this path. We keep hearing that this isn't new, that this has been discussed for years. But for most of us, it is. And now that we know, parents are paying attention and we want to help find solutions. Please support option A for next year. Give us time to work together on a real plan, one that includes the families and community members who will be most affected. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Al Vandermark, and I am calling in regard to the subcommittee's recommendation on bullying. The subcommittee's recommendation reflects a thorough review of the history of the JICFB anti-bullying policy and the bullying prevention and intervention plan, which I have reviewed. As I am unable to attend the meeting, as I have this summer and earlier this winter, I'm calling to express my support both for the committee's work and its recommendation. If any member of the board opposes this recommendation, I urge them to share their opposition transparently and in writing in advance of all meetings where this policy will be considered, so community members have the opportunity to read, reflect, and respond. Any proposed changes to this policy should be evaluated first and foremost on the basis of their impact on students. Anti-bullying policy and prevention measures are of particular importance to queer students who experience disproportionate harm from bullying. As a member of the queer community, I recognize the significance of this policy and plan, and I strongly support their careful preservation as it currently exists. Thank you for considering my feedback.
Hello, I am calling in about Pelham Elementary School. My name is Kate Thurston, and I am in my 12th year teaching 2nd grade at Pelham Elementary School. And I'm calling in to ask you to please stand with us in defending our school by trying to find every possible way to keep our doors open and continue to offer a quality education to young children. Our school is little, but it is so special. I've never worked in an environment with such amazing community and connection. I walk down the hall and I know all the kids by name, even the little ones who haven't gotten to me yet. We know about their families and their pets and their sports and their plays and dance recitals. We have great connections with families, and we are all such a true team working together to educate the children with expertise and with a lot of love, so much respect, and a lot of joy. And children really learn best and perform best when they're in environments where there is community and connection and relationship. So I am calling to ask you to work with us to get creative and problem solve and find a way to keep our doors open and to help us keep educating children for years to come. Thank you.
My name is Graham Thomas, and I'm a fifth grader in Pelham Elementary School. I do not like the idea of moving to a different school. I want to finish my time at this school. Before I moved to another school because I've already moved schools enough times, and I love Pelham. I do not support your proposal, and please reconsider.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Thomas, and I'm a parent of a fifth and second grader at Pelham Elementary School. I'm commenting today to say that I do not support the moving of sixth grade to Amherst schools as early as next school year. I think that the notion of fifth graders being told halfway through their school year that it is their last year at Pelham is unacceptable and destabilizing to them and the entire school environment, especially when they have already been told that this is not happening. At minimum, I think that emergency funding should be provided to allow fifth graders to finish their term at Pelham next school year. More thought and care needs to be given to the long-term planning process. Ripping Pelham away from fifth graders is not early planning. It is actually harmful and compulsive planning that does not consider the mental health and well-being of our students and staff. Thank you for considering this comment.
Yes, hi. My name is Amber Connell Martin, and I am a resident of Amherst District 2 and a parent of 2 children in the Amherst Public Schools. I'm commenting today in a personal capacity only and not in my capacity as a town councilor. I would like to express support for the recommendations of the policy committee in regards to the JICSB anti-bullying policy and bullying prevention and intervention plans. Here's some reasons that I do support this policy as it is. First of all, it is very strong and it protects our children, particularly those who may be vulnerable due to identities they may hold and other reasons. It has already been vetted by the community, supported by the community, been recommended by the policy committee, and it also conforms to all the relevant state and federal laws and regulations. So I think it's really important that we keep the JICSB policy as it is written. I am concerned that we do look at our internal procedures to make sure that the policy is being implemented. So I would encourage the school committee to make sure that that is happening. And then finally, I do understand that we would need to update the bullying prevention and intervention plan at the end of the school year. So I would just ask that the school committee make plenty of space for community input on this. We know this has been an issue in our district on an ongoing basis, and so any changes that should be made should be with ample input from the community. So thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm leaving a public comment for the school committee. My name is Carolyn Bassett. I'm a resident of Pelham. I've been a homeowner there for over 20 years, and I'm speaking specifically to the discussion about closing the Pelham school and sending Pelham school children to the Amherst sites. My first concern is it echoes what we heard from members of the Pelham School Committee and leadership, that the timing of this discussion felt abrupt given its severity, that they felt off guard as was reported in the Amherst Current. So from a process standpoint, I encourage folks to pump the brakes and really clarify communication, get more communication out publicly, not relying particularly on social media, but to use the public websites to do that. More generally, I have real concerns about closing the Pelham School and the quality of life for the people of the town and the children in particular. The Pelham School has been such a bright spot for the community. The integration of the Pelham School with the library is really a point of pride and a model. Interestingly, there's actually been a bit of growth in the town of Pelham population, which is quite surprising in small rural towns, but I think that fact needs to be explored. And again, we need to think about the quality of life for families who are moving to the town, for their children, for the vibrancy of our small town. We really rely on the physical space of the school for building community. We're not a town that has other kinds of public spaces for gathering, so that center is fundamental. I think my 3 minutes is about up, so thanks very much for your work on this and your consideration of the public comments, and I hope to learn more about the discussion in public documents and hope to join in those discussions as well. Again, Carolyn Bassett, 78 Buffum Road in Pelham. Thank you.
Yes, hi, my name is AT, and I am a queer adult, and I'm a person who has been actively following this issue, and I believe in the work of the policy committee, and I would really, it would mean a lot if the school committee to support what is asked by this committee. They've worked hard, and they believe in, and also I believe in, you know, what the work shows that they care, and I know you folks care, but I don't know, I just think this makes so much sense. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Good evening. I am calling to strongly advocate for option A, utilizing school choice funds to sustain Pelham Elementary School through the 2026-2027 school year, while we conduct a thorough and transparent review of long-term revenue strategies, and to urge you to maintain the original Goal 3 focused on a program review and short-term recommendations. This is not about delaying difficult decisions. It is about making the right decisions with our community fully informed and engaged. The future of our elementary school affects every Pelham family, our property values as residents, and the very character of our town. Such a consequential decision deserves more than a rushed timeline. Option A gives us what we need the most: time. Time for genuine transparency with Pelham residents and Pelham elementary families. Time for meaningful dialogue between the school committee, Pelham residents, Pelham Town Select Board, and town meetings. Time to fully explore revenue strategies and approaches to our deficit before making irreversible decisions. Our community deserves to understand what's at stake and to be given a chance to participate shaping solutions. We cannot do that on a rushed timeline. I also strongly urge you to keep the original Goal 3. A program review with short-term recommendations is constructive and focused on improvement. Changing it to succession planning sends a message that the fate of Pelham Elementary has already been decided before our community has had adequate time to understand the options or weigh in. Please vote for option A and maintain the original goal 3. Give our community the transparency, engagement, and time we deserve to get it right. Thank you. Kristen Famagetti, Pelham resident.
Good morning. My name is Robin Stewart DiMartino, and I'm a current father of 2 Pelham Elementary School kids, and we choice our children in. And I wanted to express my disappointment in the initiative to change Goal 3 from the original goal, specifically referencing short-term recommendations and trying to kind of pivot that into a succession planning initiative. And for me, the idea of adding language about succession planning, in addition to pivoting from short-term solutions into purely longer-term solutions, is one that feels extraordinarily rushed. It's one that feels like it's utilizing too few stakeholders in our community, and one that feels like it's motivated by fiscal responsibility in a way that is at the detriment of the overall community. And I think too frequently we strive to run things efficiently. We strive to run things like a business. We strive to run things in a profitable way. And I'm not saying that anything will end up being substantially profitable. What I'm saying is that proper discussions about public education need to center children, teachers, families, overall benefit. And we have partners in local elementary schools like Shutesbury and Leverett and other smaller towns that certainly rely on a higher number of choice in students as opposed to the local population sustaining the need for that school at its current size. And this is not a brand new issue, I think, as it's been frequently discussed. And this is something where, yeah, there needs to be the addition of a long-term planning goal. There needs to be addition of language about fiscal responsibility. And obviously there is need to address that. But this feels extraordinarily sped up. It feels like one where it's an ideological shift towards seeking solutions as opposed to having succession planning be a focus point instead of an option on the table and something worthy of discussion. And I think that needs to be a much larger community discussion and something where we need to do more fact finding, looking at very, very exact and precise numbers and all options before anything like that is actually put on the table as a real goal. So thank you for your time and effort in all this, and I very much appreciate it.
Hi there, my name is Kristen Van Patten. I currently have 2 students in Pelham Elementary, and I'm calling because I'm very concerned about what is going on at the school. And I want to make it known that I am extremely opposed to changing Goal 3 specifically. That timeline feels very rushed. I don't think it is in the town's best interest to rush a plan like that. I think it is worth exploring more options and continuing conversations with Shutesbury. I do not want the school to close, but can recognize that that might have to happen. I do feel like there are precedents for ways that this happens, and I don't feel like this is it. So please don't rush into anything. Please do not change Goal 3. I'd really encourage people to consider the 5th graders in this current situation and what's currently going on at Amherst. It's already very chaotic and stressful, especially for the Amherst teachers. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening. Bye.
Hello, my name is Vanuta Karuli. I am the parent of a Pelham 5th grader, Arms 8th grader, and a resident of the town of Pelham. I have two asks for the school committee tonight. Number one, that the Pelham School Committee vote against the change of goal number 3 noted in the mid-year superintendent evaluation document. The original goal states that 2 or more community engagement sessions with families and staff should be conducted to gather input, yet those sessions have not yet occurred. Short-term goal planning is of the utmost importance for this year to determine if a succession plan is even needed. Longer-term planning is concluded in next year's goal. Number 2, vote no on the second of the 2 options presented at the school committee meeting on January 22nd. It is too late to move the current 5th grade into the middle school next year. These children deserve to complete their Pelham tenure as expected, with their friends, enjoying the milestones they have looked forward to all of these years. It is also incredibly unfair to Mrs. Light, the current 6th grade teacher, with 18 years of service to the Pelham 6th graders and 24 at losing her job this far into her teaching career. Instead, choose the first option to use the choice funds and use the time that buys to make a right-sizing plan for the school, if indeed that is what these times call for. Thank you for all that you do for the children and teachers of the Pelham School.
Hi, my name is Chris Killian. I'm the father of a 5th grader choicing in from Amherst. This is concerning the budget and Pelham Elementary. Pelham Elementary has a legacy and a reputation as being a shining example of what public education can be and should be when teachers, parents, and students care deeply about it. I have 2 kids at Pelham Elementary School. Both look forward every morning to the school day ahead of time. They actually get annoyed when we're at all behind schedule getting them there in the first place. So I would highly advocate that the school committee does everything in their power to save this very important school. When you have something like this, you do everything in your power to save it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Corey Schindler. My husband and Matthew and I have 2 kids at Pelham Elementary School, a 5th grader and a 2nd grader. We moved from Texas in May of last year, and luckily through school choice, my kids were able to attend Pelham starting in September. Pelham is the best school my kids have ever been to. They're both neurodiverse, and we have never felt more supported as a family than we have at Pelham. From the other parents, to the administration, to the teachers, to the support staff, we are floored by the kindness, the inclusivity, the level of education, and the love that my kids are feeling. And I know that love doesn't pay bills. Kindness isn't going to meet the budget. But what we are receiving from Pelham is priceless. There has to be a way to bridge this gap so that my 10-year-old doesn't have to start over again right now with very little notice. She needs a lot of time for transitions, and this is too soon. We were told in the fall that this wasn't going to happen, and so it's pretty shocking to hear it right now. I urge you to use school choice funds to meet the budgets. Again, my name is Corey Schindler, and I thank you. Have a good day.
Hi, my name is Olive Trindle. I am in fifth grade at Pelham Elementary School. I moved to Massachusetts last May and started at Pelham in September. I really like my school. I've made great friends, and I am afraid of moving schools because I don't think will get to be with my friends anymore. I struggle with anxiety, so it's scary to think of having to go to a new school again. Pelham has been so welcoming to me, and I feel at home here. Please don't move us to a new school.
My name is David Bosch from North Valley Road. I'm calling to urge the committee to reinvest in our school rather than dismantle what makes it unique. Both of my sons are products of this environment. My oldest, Hudson, was in the very first preschool class. That experience set the tone for his entire education, largely because of the dedication of teachers like Miss Nettie, who actually visited every family at home to meet the children. That culture of deep individual care is exactly what we risk losing if we move towards combined classrooms. Regarding the sixth grade, while my youngest, Calvin, was mature enough for a transition, I took immense solace in the fact that he spent that year in this supportive environment. It allowed his friendships to solidify, giving him a much stronger social foundation when he eventually moved to middle school. Eliminating this grade to simply align with other schools ignores the distinct emotional and academic advantage of our current structure. I recognize the budget deficit as a challenge, but I believe there is significant unrealized potential here. With some out-of-the-box thinking, such as aggressive marketing of our unique model or exploring facility and space rentals during off hours, we can find new revenue streams to supplement the deficit. We should be looking for ways to grow our way out of this problem rather than cutting our way to the middle. Please, let's not settle for disinvestment. Let's look for opportunities we haven't tapped into yet to keep this beloved school whole. Our kids and the legacy of teachers like Miss Nettie and the entire teaching staff are worth the extra effort. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to our children.
This is Bonnie and Lucian Miller, 11 Cadwell Street in Pelham. I'm calling this meeting because I want you to know that we moved here in 1969 with 3 little children, and we chose Pelham School after searching through all the available schools, and we chose to live in Pelham because of Pelham Elementary School, which was a wonderful place for our children to start their education. Now, I would like to voice my option for option A, increased school choice revenue, and also the original goal 3. Thank you for considering our strong recommendations.
My name is Mateo Pangallo. Our family has choiced both our kids into Pelham Elementary School. Our oldest began in preschool, is now at Amherst Regional Middle School, and our youngest began in kindergarten, is currently in 5th grade. We committed to Pelham based on what we thought was a clear understanding of the educational path our children would follow. I want to be candid. Had we known that with only a few months remaining in our child's 5th grade year, the district would contemplate moving 6th grade to Amherst, we would not have chosen Pelham. In fact, like many families, this proposal and the way in which it has been dropped on us has caused us to question continuing in the district at all. Proposals of this nature introduced abruptly and without adequate engagement risk driving families to charter or private schools, exacerbating the very financial challenge addressed. Introducing such a significant change at such a late point in the school year, after it has already been rejected clearly in the past, and after families have set expectations for the coming year, creates unnecessary disruption and anxiety for students. Our children deserve stability and thoughtful, transparent decision-making, especially when changes directly affect their educational experience and sense of community. I'm also troubled by the way this proposal resurfaced. Families were not informed it was under consideration again. There was no advance communication, no notice in the school newsletter, no outreach to the fifth grade families. The agenda for last week's school committee meeting in Pelham did not indicate it would be discussed, and a link to access the remote meeting was not provided. Even school staff were informed of it only hours before the meeting. And taken together, these circumstances create the impression, whether intended or not, that the district was not seeking robust public input, but rather moving toward implementation quickly before families had the opportunity to meaningfully respond. And we've been told that this proposal is still in the planning phase, and the superintendent described being a really thoughtful and deliberate planning process. A decision of this magnitude introduced in the final months of the school year is not being made early. Early would have been at least a year ago, so that the families could fairly and fully understand the trajectory before them, prepare their children, and make informed decisions about whether to remain in the school. In other districts, transitions of grades from elementary to middle school are implemented gradually and transparently over years, not months, with ample time for communication and adjustment. Doing so in the final months of the school year, with almost no notice, undermines trust and places an unfair burden on students and families. So for these reasons, I consider the proposal to move next year's sixth grade to Amherst ill-advised. It is detrimental to students, staff, the school, and the community, and it has been communicated in a way that has understandably caused distress. Now, I recognize that Pelham, like most small communities, is facing a serious financial challenge this year, but Pelham enjoys an alternative most other communities facing this challenge do not, one that does not require balancing budgets on the backs of our children. I urge the school committee to focus exclusively on drawing upon the considerable school choice revenue Pelham Elementary generates for the town by virtue of it being such an amazing, unique, and transformative school. This kind of situation, after all, is precisely
Hi, my name is Emma Simmons, and I'm parent of a third grader at Pelham Elementary and a preschooler. I have been very appreciative of everything that Pelham has given our family. Our son has thrived, and the teachers have been incredibly dedicated and wonderful. We're deeply concerned about the upcoming budget, and we are deeply concerned about the future of the school, as well as the teachers, their hard-earned work, the community, the new playground, and the general state of support for our local schools. We strongly encourage the school committee to reconsider its current projections and work to keep Pelham open. Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Kulsick, a six-year resident of Pelham and a proud parent to a proud Pelham fifth grader. When I picked up my son yesterday and asked him how his day was, he said he was stressed. Upon asking why, he explained to me that the town was in $180,000 of debt and laid out both options discussed recently, combining K and first grades and/or sending next year's sixth graders to Amherst. I was shocked, not just by the facts, which seem to have been corroborated by recent communications, but by the fact that my 10-year-old was telling me about this. We've already been through this once back in September when our children were told that they would be moving next year and then reassured that they would not be. While I do not pretend to have answers for the deficit, surely teaching our children to not believe what they are told by the people that care about them the most is not the correct path forward here. Additionally, presenting such path in such a way that has understandably caused a knee-jerk reaction of defensiveness amongst fifth graders and their parents alike, it's like the road to Amherst is already paved with a distaste and a disdain that no 10-year-old should be asked to carry. I strongly ask that the current Pelham K-5 students be kept together for the 2026-27 school year, as current sixth graders will be moving outward and onward as expected, and whatever changes need to happen are allowed the required time for proper change management to promote success and foster trust across our students, children, parents, teachers, and administration alike. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, this is Nina Mankin from District 1. Thank you all for your service in what is a really difficult moment for our school district. I'm calling to ask that if at this 11th hour, the fundamental soundness of the, I'm asking that the fundamental soundness of the plan to move the 6th grade to ARM is not questioned. That fact.
Okay. Sorry. Thank you. That is all of the phone calls. So, yep. Okay, so we'll do this. Okay. So I am going to apologize in advance for not saying your names correctly. So first up is Chris Meacham, and then next is Eliza Gomez, and then Maddie Bullock. So yep, come on up here, speak into the microphone so we can hear you, can be part of the recording. If you can please state your name and your affiliation with the district. And I will also ask that if you are reading from something, rather than us trying to shorten into your notes, if you don't mind sharing it with myself or Margaret or Deb, then we can just attach it to the agenda. Thank you.
My name is Chris Meacham. I have a 4th grader who's going to Pelham. I have a daughter who will be joining Pelham next year. Just want to say I understand the motivations or the pressures for closing Pelham. There are economies of scale. It's cheaper to send all the kids to one big school than to have kids go to several separate schools. And if all children thrived in that environment, it would be a no-brainer to do that. But it's not the case that all children thrive in that environment. My son has a hard time with crowds and a hard time getting used to new people. The first 2 years spent at Fort River were very difficult. A very big school, a lot of kids crammed together. The compositions of the classes was changing from year to year. And since moving to Pelham, it's been so much better. So I think there's an important thing to keep in mind. There's a lot of value having the option of a smaller pool for kids like that who really need a smaller environment and continuity from year to year to thrive. Thanks.
Thank you. Before you start, will you just bring the microphone close so we can hear you? Yeah, scooch it right in and
Right in.
snuggle right up.
Right there?
Perfect. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Sure. My name is Elisa Gomez, and I'm an Amherst resident and the parent of a current 5th grade student and a 2nd grade student at Pelham Elementary. I'm here to express my shock and dismay at the current plan being proposed to address the budgetary concerns of the school. When it came time to enroll our oldest child in kindergarten in 2020, my husband and I opted for school choice. We chose Pelham Elementary because of its reputation as a small, community-oriented school with dedicated teachers and staff who have a long tenure at the school. As a school choice family, we are not automatically privy to the goings-on at the town level in Pelham, and we're understandably shocked by the revelation last week that Pelham Elementary is not fiscally sustainable in the long term. Adding insult to injury was the proposal to shift the current 5th graders to the 6th grade academy in the fall of 2026 as a cost-cutting measure. For context, this is a group of students who began their elementary school experience in kindergarten online during the height of the pandemic. When they should have been playing with classmates on the playground, they were sitting on their couches learning to read on a computer screen. Now it is being proposed that this same group of students be moved, again with little notice and no say in the matter, to an academy that has yet to be vetted and about which many of us have deep concerns and reservations. The Amherst School Committee voted for this change. The Pelham School Committee did not. As a result, the parents at Pelham have not been involved as stakeholders in any discussions or planning with regards to the academy, and the students at Pelham have not spent years anticipating and preparing for this massive change. It feels, quite frankly, like the rug is being pulled out from under us. The proposed change is not only heartbreaking and sad for the students, family, and staff, it is also short-sighted and irresponsible. We can do better. Please choose to use the school choice funds to keep the current fifth graders at Pelham for the 2026-2027 school year, while developing a measured, long-term plan for the rest of the school that is fiscally sound, emotionally responsible, and transparently communicated in a timely manner to the entire Pelham Elementary community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three will be Miss Giselle, Miss Sarah, and Danielle. I'm not even your last name. Ooh. B-O, I don't know.
Me? Sorry, no.
No, the next ones. Okay, great. Thank you. I apologize.
Hi, I'm
Go ahead,
Maggie
thank you.
Bullock. I'm reading a letter that I wrote, or that my husband and I wrote together, so it's from we. We are parents of two students at Pelham Elementary School, our sons Max and Finn, who are currently in 2nd and 5th grade, respectively. We have loved our years at Pelham and feel deeply grateful to the teachers for the care, they have shown to our children. Finn, our 5th grader, started school during the pandemic, so his introduction to education was chaotic at best. Despite these challenges, Pelham educators did a remarkable job helping him and his classmates overcome this difficult beginning. Finn is very close with his class, which is one of the things we've been most grateful for over the years. Teachers have consistently told us that this is a very special class full of bright and thoughtful kids. Like generations of Pelham students before them, Finn's class had been looking forward to 6th grade, when they'll be the seniors of the school, lead the Halloween haunted house, and go on their 6th grade trip. These are traditions that Pelham kids anticipate throughout their elementary years. We've just learned that there's a possibility Finn's class will not be able to have 6th grade at Pelham next year. We strongly urge the school committee to vote against this measure. As Pelham residents, we understand that some measures may need to be taken because of the budget shortfall. However, making this change at this time for this particular class, after we've been assured it would not happen this year, is too abrupt. We note that Amherst families were given time to prepare for the change to the 6th grade academy, while 5 months would not adequately prepare our kids for such a significant transition. This feels not thoughtful and planned, but rather panicky and short-sighted. We also trust that going forward, there will be more transparency around meetings to discuss this change. Families were caught off guard with the way this message got out, and it was unnecessarily haphazard. It seems the least we could ask is to be given sufficient notice and more information before a change this big. If this 6th grade move needs to happen, we ask that you hold off at least a year and give future families more notice so that they can prepare their kids adequately. We would like one more year of elementary school, as we were very clearly told we would have by the school district. This would give our children another year to just be kids, to have recess, to finish at Pelham amongst their class, and to leave elementary school with a peaceful and positive transition, something they weren't able to have as pandemic kindergartners when they entered school. We support Pelham kids and Pelham educators, and we're grateful for your work on the committee. We hope you will give our children the sense of safety and continuity they so richly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches. I'm going to pretend you're all 6 and 7 year olds so I could get through with this. My name is Giselle Gonzalez, and I am the first grade teacher at Pelham Elementary. I'm here to say some of what you will hear from others as well, how special Pelham Elementary really is. We're a small school, and that means we get to know every single student in school. We get to learn their names, know their families, and we not only get to know them, but they also get to know us as well. They know Miss Carlisle loves chickens, Miss Katie loves cats, and Miss Leanne loves Disney. They know to expect that every year Miss Catherine is going to dress up as a cider donut, and Miss Carlisle is going to dress up as an apple for a yearly cider donut run. There's so many special things about our educators that I don't have time to go through, name them all. Staff at Pelham get to know each other on a personal level as well. We celebrate weddings, birthdays, the birth of a child, many good times, but we are also there for each other during hard times like the ones we're going through right now. We're a community, and we would lose so much. We have teachers who have been at Pelham for almost 30 years or over 30 years. Teachers would lose so much if we need to go somewhere else. And I'm not just talking about money. We're losing something much greater. We're losing our community. Sorry. We're losing families who are always there supporting us, like that right now. Students who love us, and we love them back. We are there with them during the spring fair, trunk or treat, during Halloween. We're there during family fun night. We are truly a community that loves each other. And because of this love and respect that we have for each other, we are able to educate our students. We would lose a school that is very successful in educating children and know students on a very personal level. We can't let this school go. We can't accept no as an answer. We can't accept that all possibilities have not yet been discussed. I'm asking to use increased school revenue. Oh no, I lost my notes. To support the school next year. I'm asking to keep goal 3. And I'm asking you to just fight for us, to be there with us, to give us hope and save our second home. Thank you. Thank you, parents who are here as well.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sarah LaPlante, and this is my 9th year as the 3rd grade teacher at Pelham Elementary School. Over the years, I've taught in private schools, public schools, and abroad. I share this because I've seen many different school models and approaches to education, and I'm more than confident that what our school offers is incredibly unique. Our small size, our amazing staff, and our dedication to students are some of our greatest strengths. Each morning, I stand outside my classroom door and greet students from across the grades as they arrive. I know every child by name, and I see their excitement as they drop off their backpacks and get ready to learn with their friends. The children at Pelham Elementary are deeply cared for, seen, and recognized as individuals. Our educators are also highly experienced and dedicated to the school. Many of us have been here for a decade or more and have deep roots in this community. We balance strong academic learning with social emotional development, and students leave our school well prepared for middle school and beyond. It's impossible not to see that the school is the heart of the town. Aside from the library and the police and fire stations, there are few shared public spaces. The school is where families connect, where relationships form, and where Pelham functions as a community. I know that many Pelham residents do not have school-aged children, but Pelham Elementary is not only for families with young kids. It's part of the town's infrastructure. The school protects property values, attracts new residents, and employs dozens of people. If our school were to close, the loss would be felt by the entire community, and the costs would not disappear. Instead, costs would simply shift, since Pelham would be required to pay for the town's students to be transported and educated elsewhere. Having to maintain an empty building or demolish it would continue to cost taxpayers, but with no benefit to the community. I believe that committees have unsuccessfully found alternative uses for the building as well. Importantly, closing the school is not a decision that can be easily undone if the town's future demographics, enrollment, or finances change. This decision is about the education of our students, the livelihoods of our educators, and the long-term health of Pelham. So, what can we do right now? I'm asking this committee, as many others have, to use increased school choice revenue to cover the projected deficit for the next school year. This would give all of us time to think carefully and collaboratively about the future rather than making decisions under pressure. I'm also asking the committee to stick to the superintendent's established goal of conducting a review of Pelham Elementary and offering short-term recommendations. I strongly urge you to keep this goal as it is, rather than shifting to succession planning, which would move us away from creative problem solving and toward planning for an ending before all stakeholders can fully evaluate the situation. I know that everyone on this committee cares deeply for Pelham Elementary and wants what's best for students, families, educators, and for Pelham as a whole. Thank you for all of the work that you do, and thank you for listening.
Hello.
Sorry about your name.
No worries at all. My name is Danielle Bonagorio. It's a tough one. No worries. I am the parent of a neurodivergent second grader, and I know budgets are difficult. I know there's a lot on your plate, and you have some really hard decisions to make. But I, like so many other parents, just wanted to share how truly special Pelham is. We decided to school choice into Pelham, and we're really fortunate to win the lottery and have our son be able to begin attending in 2022 for kindergarten. He has sensory issues and lots of faces, noises, wide open spaces are really difficult for him to handle and focus in and everything. And his experience at Pelham has far exceeded our expectations. He's in the second grade. He's in an integrated classroom. He's beautifully supported by wonderful, experienced staff. We have other therapists who have supported us through IEP meetings, and everybody, even his neurology team in Boston, and everybody is absolutely impressed with the quality of care that he's getting in school, how well he's doing both academically and socially. And I'm also not only so thankful and impressed with the wonderful, experienced, caring, loving staff and how well they know him, how well they know us and care about everything going on in our whole family's lives, but also too how this atmosphere of such a small school allows the children, even in different grades and classes, to know one another. I was so surprised when we go to the fair in the spring that, you know, every student in every grade comes up and greets my child by name, gives him a hug. You know, for a child that has a condition that makes socializing really difficult, the fact that he's, you know, a part of such a small and intimate group is really amazing for him. So I understand that you have a lot of really tough choices to make in everything, but I really hope that you're able to do everything you can to try to preserve what an amazing, amazing experience Pelham is for the children that get to attend it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Karen Peters, and then Diana Epstein and Ren Betch.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Karen Peters, and I am the parent of a current fifth grader who wakes up excited for school every day at Pelham. This is in part thanks to the skilled and dedicated teachers and staff who create and nurture a safe, predictable, and fun learning environment. We are a school choice family and commute about 30 minutes each morning to have the opportunity to be a part of this community, which began during the fall of 2020 from our living rooms. And even remotely, the Pelham teachers and staff instilled important foundations of learning that have grown each year with each amazing teacher and grade level experience that my daughter and her classmates have had. Pelham is a special place. I'm here to urge you in your role as school committee members to proceed with option A for the 26-27 school year to address the budget issues and reject the proposal to move my daughter and her friends, the current 5th grade class, to the new 6th grade academy, and proceed as planned with the superintendent's goal number 3 and make no changes to it now, more than halfway through the school year. As I understand the budget implications, this change would yield little to no immediate cost savings for the coming year. Instead, it appears to function as a premature step towards longer-term restructuring, one that warrants thoughtful discussion in the future and should not be rushed at the expense of the current 5th grade class, the staff directly impacted by this move. As a social worker, my opinion is the developmental impact of this proposed move cannot be overstated. Late January is not an appropriate or responsible timeline to initiate a transition of this magnitude when other options exist. Students at this age rely heavily on stability, on trusted relationships, and predictability, things that Pelham provides. Disrupting those foundations so abruptly risks undermining their academic progress, their emotional security, and their sense of belonging. And unlike the Amherst cohorts who have had years of intentional planning, communication, and preparation for this change, and whose community voted for it, Pelham students, families, and educators would be expected to absorb the shift with only a few months' notice. This inequity alone sets up our students for unnecessary stress and disadvantage. As a mom, I'm asking for your support in ensuring my daughter and her classmates get to experience the joy, the fun, the rituals, the teacher, the celebrations, and the excellent education they receive at Pelham for their 6th grade year, as they have expected to do so and look forward to. I strongly urge you to reject the proposals and use the school choice funds to address the budget challenges, not support a plan that erodes trust, destabilizes students, or compromises their developmental and educational well-being. Thank you so much for your time and consideration and all your work on behalf of our school community.
Thank you. My name's Diana Epstein. I'm a Pelham resident and I have a 5th grader at Pelham Elementary. I'd like to comment on the superintendent mid-year evaluation document that was uploaded to board docs and linked from the agenda for this meeting. Goal 3 is specific to Pelham and has changed more than once since this agenda was posted, as recently as yesterday. Where is the designation in tonight's meeting that this revised goal now needs to be approved? Has the Pelham School Committee had the time to review and get feedback from the community on this new goal? Tonight, I'm asking that the Pelham School Committee ensure that there's enough time to review the new goal and insist that it needs to be approved, just as the original goal was in November. I'm also asking that any goal setting or short or long-term planning moving forward regarding Pelham include community involvement immediately. As parents at the school, we already feel like we are playing catch up over the last 2 weeks, reading documents that are already out of date and seeking clarity on information presented at the last minute. It's imperative that any decisions made about Pelham moving forward include strong community representation like you see in this room today. As evident by the amount of Pelham families and staff here this evening, we're watching, we're listening, and we're engaged, and we'll be holding everyone to a high standard. While I know this is not being discussed tonight, at least based on the posted agenda, I would like to comment on the option of moving the current 5th grade at Pelham into the Chestnut Street Academy for the 26-27 school year. This option was presented for the first time to the Pelham School Committee and anyone else who happened to find out about that meeting on Thursday, January 22nd. Parents, specifically the ones of 5th grade students, were shocked. To include 23 additional 5th graders in a move that is already fraught with logistical concerns and does not have full community support to begin with seems short-sighted, ill-advised, and does not seem in the best interest of anyone involved. I look forward to seeing what other options are put forth, knowing the current budget challenges. And overall, I look forward to see how the Pelham School Committee and Superintendent's Office can work to improve community engagement with the Pelham Elementary community. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ren Veach. I'm the parent of a kindergartner and a fourth grader at Pelham and a resident of Amherst. We deeply love and value this small school community. We chose Pelham over the Amherst school we were districted for several reasons. We came for the size of the school, the openness to creative gender expression, and the sixth grade, which we are still hoping for. We stayed for the community. We believed that a small community would be better able to meet our children's needs, and that hope has been met. Through difficult times, teachers and staff have worked closely with us to help our children feel supported each day. We feel their leadership and their teamwork through their kindness and patience without rush or shame. That time, being given that time, is the gift of a small school. The quality of education and care our children receive at Pelham is increasingly rare in the public school system, and we are profoundly grateful for it. On a practical level, we echo the concerns raised by other parents. We're concerned by how abruptly this conversation has been introduced to Pelham residents and the urgency now surrounding it. Respectfully, the positioning of how Dr. Z and Mr. Trickey are constructing this conversation is concerning. The narrative that there's nothing left to be done pressures voters and the school committee rather than inviting meaningful input, especially when many community members, and at least some school committee members, clearly want to explore additional options. We also share concerns about the cost of tuitioning in students and what it means to abandon the building that needs repair. Taking the children out doesn't mean the costs involved go away, both in the short and long term, financial and otherwise. Pelham voters should be given the real numbers of this plan before being told the decision needs to be made, including how tuitioning in changes Pelham's voice in their children's education. Do Leverett and Shutesbury come next? Are we moving toward one large, homogeneous Amherst school system at the expense of individual school cultures? Is this a price Pelham and we all are willing to pay? Pelham residents deserve the full picture so they can weigh the costs and benefits instead of pushing them toward a rash decision. This is the residents' decision, not the superintendent's and not a single finance committee member's. It is the finance committee and school committee's responsibility to examine all angles, understanding the profound loss this would be for many. It is my understanding that Dr. Z's Goal 3 has been changed from succession to family engagement, and we hope Dr. Z stays true to these new goals, but it is also my understanding that these goals changed without notice or approval. In a Gazette article from January 2nd, 2025, Dr. Z was quoted as saying, "We need transparency and honesty, not surprises." It is time to honor that commitment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Melon Wepper, and then we have Stephen Figueroa-Smith and Siobhan Millet. Stephen Wepper.
Hello, my name is Malia Weber, and I'm a Pelham resident. I'm a parent to a third grader at Pelham Elementary, and soon, hopefully in the fall, a parent to twin kindergartners. That's 2 more kids in the kindergarten class. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I think between the phone calls and everyone before me, it is clear that Pelham Elementary is an exceptional school. It is a small school, but it is a treasured school. These teachers that are here are outstanding, and I feel deeply fortunate to be a part of this community. Everyone has expressed that the decisions and the discussions and conversations that emerged last week appear very abrupt, very rushed, and there's a lot of confusion and a lot of concern. All of us parents just ask to be a part of this conversation, for it to be a collaborative process where we can understand what's going on and to be a part of the decision-making of how we proceed. Stakeholders like us need to be involved. There are solutions that can be found if we work together. So I strongly urge the school committee to support option A, which I cannot recall off of the top of my head, but it supports funding through school choice as a mechanism to address the budget deficit, as well as maintaining Goal 3 as originally written, as opposed to the amendment that has been proposed. So I thank you for your time, and I thank Pelham Elementary and the teachers and the community that are all here tonight in support of this really special, special place. Thank you.
Thank you. Siobhan Millet and then Justin O'Hara.
Hi. Oh, my name is Siobhan May. Thank you so much for listening to our comments this evening. I'm the parent of a second grader, but my relationship to Pelham really started when my co-parent and I purchased our first home, which we bought in Pelham on purpose to go to Pelham Elementary School for our child. We were coming off of COVID like many families. We wanted a small, nurturing environment, and thus we purchased a property to ensure that our child could have access to this, and we were lucky to do so. My child's uh, two favorite teachers are in the room tonight, Miss Giselle and Miss Katie. His confidence really grew under the support and mentorship of Miss Giselle. He really grew a love for reading and learning. And then with Miss Katie, his confidence has really soared. And my most recent joy as a parent was to watch my son get up after Principal Darling, whose leadership has been really incredible as well, introduce students in the school-wide talent show. And he gave a pretty funny joke set. And I don't think, I know that the nurturing, individualized, small environment has been game-changing for my child and so many of the parents in this room. And I really want to urge you to take into account the stakeholders, the faculty, the parents, and the students whose development and whose love for this community is just so strong. So thank you for listening to us, and encourage you to keep the, I don't have a fifth grader yet, but keep the fifth graders staying on and stick with goal number 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Justin Obera. I am a parent of a second grader. I think I can't imagine how difficult it is to make a budget work, particularly to make an educational budget work nowadays. But I think in the calls that you received and the in-person testimony, we hear what a community matters. I think this discussion is about protecting and growing a unique community, something that we are losing more and more of. And all I'm going to say is that I ask you, as you work through this, to really think about how you can maintain and grow this community and preserve the Pelham Elementary School. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Olive Barber, and then Aaron Thornbury, and oh man, Julio. Yes.
Hi, my name is Olive Barber. Both my children are lucky enough to attend Pelham Elementary School. My oldest is in 6th grade and my youngest is in 3rd. I am writing to urge you with both respect and hope to consider other solutions for the budget shortage. This means voting to use school choice funds for the 26-27 school year in order to allow time to discuss how to improve revenue for the school and ensure more transparency and community awareness. The impact of Pelham Elementary extends well beyond the classroom. It is the heart of the town. I have met many of my closest friends there. Closing it would not simply relocate students, it would fracture a network of relationships built over years of dedication and care. I had been an educator for over 13 years at the time we enrolled my oldest in kindergarten at Pelham. I was worried that with all I knew about childhood development and best teaching practices, I would find a small town school lacking. What I found was the complete opposite. I found a group of passionate, committed educators who genuinely care about every student. My kids have had various learning and social struggles growing up, as many kids do. Their struggles have been met with earnest compassion, a celebration of their strengths, and collaboration. Both of my exceptionally quirky kids have found a deep sense of comfort and belonging at this wonderful school. Why are there so many school choice families at Pelham in an area with exceptional public schools all over? The amazing teachers at Pelham teach their students empathy as well as arithmetic, kindness as well as reading comprehension, tolerance as well as writing, critical thinking skills as well as history. I will borrow my favorite quote here. Think education is expensive, try ignorance. You can shut down Pelham Elementary to save some money in the short term, but at what cost? Looking around at the state of the country, it is clear we need to help foster empathy, kindness, tolerance, and critical thinking skills more than ever. This school is a shining example of just that. To shutter its doors would be absolutely heartbreaking. It is not a cost, it is an investment. And you cannot possibly tell me these kids aren't worth it.
Thank you. Erin Thornberry?
Hi, I hope everybody else had a snack before coming. I am starving, but I think that that just goes to show how much support there is. I'm going to get emotional about it. How much support there is for Pelham Elementary. I am a resident. I also have a second grader who goes to Pelham, and I'm hoping to have a kindergartner there next year. I want to express a lot of concern about how this was communicated, because I shouldn't be afraid of where my kindergartner is going to go to school. I felt moving to Pelham, I was moving into a community that really cared about this special place. And I don't think that it's in the best interest of the school to communicate these substantial changes in the way that they have been, because I think someone said in their phone call, you could create a self-fulfilling prophecy by doing this. People are going to be afraid to send their kids to Pelham if they think the school's going to close halfway through. So I urge you to be cautious in how you're communicating these things and the decisions that you have to make. Pelham Elementary is a very important, very special place. It has amazing teachers. We feel so fortunate to send our little guy there. And again, hope to send our kindergartner there. And I wonder how much rest of the Pelham community, actually the town community, actually knows about these conversations. I know I've shared it with all of my neighbors. I know I heard a couple people call in from the community who don't have kids at the school, who are concerned because their kids went there, or because how vital this place is to the town. So I urge you to also include additional stakeholders in this conversation. It's really an important one, not just for the kids that are there now, the kids that hope to go there in the future, and the town itself. It's very important. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate all that you're considering. I know it's a difficult thing to do, to sit up there and hopefully have a snack.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Julio Malanga. My wife is present also. We are Pelham residents of a kindergartner and a third grader and another Pelham child expected in May. Thank you for the time and care you're giving to these decisions. I attended the most recent Pelham Town Hall meeting and watched Pelham School Committee meeting. I'm beginning to understand a little bit the financial pressures and how difficult this work is. Last week, we heard that $192,000 deficit is the reason to consider a sixth grade merger into Amherst, a K-1 combination, and even a succession plan for Pelham Elementary. As a parent, I left concerned because each proposal left several critical questions unanswered. What would a tuition agreement with Amherst actually cost? Is Amherst even willing or able to take Pelham students? Were Shutesbury or Leverett explored as alternatives? What measures are taken to take care of our teachers and staff? Without these numbers, families cannot feel confident that all options are fully examined before discussing consolidation or closure. Instead, let's talk about a mitigation plan. According to the FY26 budget book, Pelham's increase of 192 is driven almost entirely by factors outside the school's control. A 16% health insurance increase is a spike that affects the entire town. A temporary $50,000 transfer from the town stabilization fund could offset part of that increase. Rainy day funds exist for moments like this. Second, Pelham should not be asked to absorb costs it cannot control. Charter tuition increased by $9,742 and central costs by $19,536. These are district level pressures. Third, Pelham currently receives $4,771 in Medicaid reimbursement. Districts our size routinely generate $10,000 to $20,000 with improved documentation. This is recurring revenue that does not raise taxes or cut staff. Fourth, there are cost-saving measures that protect classrooms, rebidding facility contracts, optimizing bus routes, reducing substitute costs through internal coverage, and seeking grants for anticipated building repairs. Small efficiencies can add up. Fifth, before considering a K-1 combination, we should examine research-supported models such as looping and flexible clustering. These approaches strengthen relationships, reduce behavior challenges, and increased instructional time, all without compromising developmental needs. Finally, Pelham is a strong school choice draw. The town holds over $900,000 in school choice funds. Strengthening our enrollment pipeline, including exploring the reinstatement of a Pelham preschool, could increase stability. Parents' message is simple. There are responsible, evidence-based strategies we can pursue. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Carleen Vollerhurst, and then Leanne Hunt.
My name's Carleen Volherbst, and I'm a Pelham resident and a parent of a fourth grader at Pelham Elementary. My family moved to Massachusetts a year ago, almost exactly, and Pelham Elementary is one of the reasons we chose Pelham. I did have reservations about moving our son to such a small school, but the moment we arrived, we knew he had made the right choice. Pelham is not just a school, it is an invaluable part of the community. I'm keeping this brief. I wasn't planning on actually speaking tonight, but here I am. So I'm sorry I'm not being totally as articulate as I would like to be, but I'm glad I'm going to the end because I'm just going to echo the sentiments of all of the comments before me. So thank you for listening and choosing to hold off on sending sixth graders to the middle school and considering option A. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Leanne? I'm very impressed. You did a very good job. You're very patient.
And I'm not even sure I'm going to read what I wrote, but I needed to have something here so I don't cry. My name is Leanne Hunt, and I'm the special education teacher at Pelham. For the kindergarten through the third grade, our most vulnerable kids. My partner who does 4th through 6th is right behind me. And I'll be honest, we're an amazing team because we value the students so much. And we're a part of every classroom. We're in those classrooms every day. That's one thing that makes Pelham so special. But you've heard lots about facts and data. And while I value that and use that every day in what I do, I look at the whole child. So I want to give you a little bit of a different picture. I started working at Pelham in 1995. I was 25 years old, and back then it was just a job because I needed money. And over the years that evolved, it became not only my career and my livelihood, but my family, my safe haven, and the place that I've spent more than half of my lifetime working. At 56 years old, I'm not quite ready to retire, and I don't want to, not because I can't, but because of the community that Pelham has built. I cannot leave there and go somewhere else. I will not leave there and go somewhere else. So if our doors close next year, my teaching career is over. both of my children went to Pelham. I choiced them in. It was just good practice for me. As a single mom with my older daughter, I needed it. But by the time it was time for my second child, she needed it. I grew up right around the corner. I was a Fort River kid. I'm a product of the Amherst High School. I just want us to think about different ways that we can keep this resource alive. And as my kids would know, and Giselle brought it up, they all know that I love Mickey Mouse and Walt Disney. And as Walt Disney said, our greatest natural resource is the minds of our children. If we close that door, what does our town have to offer anyone if we don't support our children? I thank you all so much for being here. I really thank you all for being here. Please, let's think creatively. Let's do what we can to keep Pelham Pelham and that amazing school up the hill. And please don't send our fifth graders to the middle school. I will say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you all so much. That is the end of our, oh, okay. Yep. No, you're good. Go ahead.
I'm Ellen Gadera, and I'm here on behalf of the Special Education Parents Advisory Council. I want to urge you all to keep the bullying policy as is, policy JICFB. We don't want to see it change. The subcommittee did a great deal of work. There's a lot of community input. It's a good job. And watering it down and taking away all of that good work, I think would really have an impact on our students. So we want to see the policy stay as the way it is. And for the update that is coming to the bullying plan, we would love to know when that's coming and how parents, caregivers, and the community can be involved, and including our special education families. Thank you for your time. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. Okay, now I think we have public comment has all been completed. Thank you all so very much for coming and sharing. We really appreciate all of the feedback, and we know it's hard. So thank you. Anything?
I will echo Sarah Best's comments. It's a cold night to be out. You've been sitting here for a long time, and really appreciate your being here and doing what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Next item for the joint committees to consider is executive session. So I will move for the region. The Regional School Committee will now consider entering executive session pursuant to MGLC 30A, Section 21A, Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with the APEA or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares, and I do declare, with the intent to return to open session. Is there a second?
Second.
Is that William?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Tim, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
William?
Yes.
Sarah Beth, yes. Anna?
Yes.
Laura Jane?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
Excellent. The region is in executive session.
I will move the same for the Amherst School Committee. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Sarah. Roll call vote, Andrew?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Laura Jane?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
And Deb, yes. Amherst School Committee is in executive session.
And I move the same for Pelham.
Second.
Thank you. Jenny? William?
Yes.
Sarah Best?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Rachel? And Margaret, yes. We are now in executive session.
Excellent. Thank you all very much. We will return. We get the snuggle room over here. Okay. Okay. I think we call the regional school committee back to open session at 8:59. We'll do roll call attendance. Tim?
Here.
Thank you. Deb?
Present.
Bridget? Present. William?
Here.
Sarah Vest present. Anna?
Here.
Laura Jane?
Here.
Sarah?
Here.
Andrew?
Here.
Excellent. Thank you.
Call Amherst back to order at 9 o'clock. Everybody's here. Raise hand. We don't have to raise. We're good.
Yep.
Call Pelham back to order at 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Okay. Our first, we have several joint topics moving forward. So next is our vote to approve a legal counsel for the districts. The three chairs of Amherst, the region, and Pelham have attached a memo. So our current attorney for the districts is Mark Terry, a partner at Merrick Law. He will be transitioning to Stoneman, Chandler, and Miller as of February 1st. Some key items we wanted to make sure that committee members were aware of, that we have to vote individually. However, we need to agree because the attorney will represent the three districts, but we do each have to individually vote. A few points we wanted to make that Attorney Terry is a partner at Merrick, and Merrick's rate for partners is $405 an hour. He has been permitted to charge us a reduced rate of $255 per hour. However, starting July 1, that rate will raise to $270 an hour with a new attorney. The Stoneman firm will charge $255, which is the current rate that we're receiving through June 30th of 2027, so an additional full year. Stoneman, Chandler, and Miller is based in Boston. However, while it's a smaller firm than Merrick, according to Attorney Terry, it has a larger breadth for school-based practices. And one key factor we wanted to make sure to point out is that Attorney Terry has historical and institutional knowledge of Amherst, Pelham, and the regional school districts and our community at large. He grew up here, which I think is a huge bonus because we have a unique community. He also has knowledge about past and current litigation, and he has been longstanding attorney of record. We have two motions that are suggested. Listen down here. The chairs individually and collectively support moving with Attorney Terry to Stoneman, Chandler, and Miller for legal representation. So that is the first motion. The follow-up motion authorizes the superintendent to sign the letters of representation. That is one of the things we learned when learning about the potential transition. So I'm going to see if the chairs have anything else they would like to add, and then we can have discussion. Margaret.
Yes, I would just like to speak in favor of having Mark Terry be our legal representative. He did some work for us in Pelham a couple of years ago, and it was hugely helpful to work through an issue with him. So I endorse this.
So I've seen him lead
something, groups, a discussion at MASC. I think he's very highly regarded in the state and by MASC. And I think I support him supporting us. I like how he interacts. I like how he engages. I think it's a nice balance between understanding that policy is ours and knowing that his responsibility is to make sure that we understand the legal ramifications of all the things we put forward.
Oh, one other point, Deb, can you find the number of hours? We asked the central office so we could know the kind of dollar figure we're looking at. While that is happening, comments, questions, Anna?
So I was wondering if we had any assurances about how his rate might be affected next July. So yes, we have a year at 250, but is there any guarantee that it wouldn't go up by more than X amount after that? Like they wouldn't start charging us. So now that we've hit that agreed upon deadline, now we're going to go back up to 400.
So the rate with Stoneman is through June of 2027, so a full year.
It's a full year, but after that full year.
Oh, after that.
Would it then go up by only a small amount if it goes up at all, or could it potentially go all the way up to like over 400?
Dr. Z?
So for, if I understand your question, and we have not been authorized to engage with Stoneman to solidify rates beyond the 27. But what I will say is that the 400 is Merrick's rate. That is not Stoneman's rate. So we don't have that outline. We only have what the current rate would be. And since I've been here, each year attorneys kind of raise up, but there is like a standard school attorney fee throughout Massachusetts. There's like a scale, and Stoneman's scale falls into what the current rates are.
I think there's also, if we, before the rates would change, we would know.
If the rates changed, we would be able to say, okay, if the rates are going to go up to $300, then we're going to go back.
Make a different choice.
Make a different choice. Okay. So we aren't committing ourselves to go beyond the $250 through the next year.
Not to my understanding.
Okay.
Margaret?
Oh,
Sorry, just one word. When I spoke with Mark, one thing that he explained to me, the reason that he's going with this other firm is that they are a firm that deals with school committees. And in particular with special ed, they have a broader range of knowledge and experience than the firm that he's currently with.
Thank you. Sarah?
Yeah, there are a couple sentences in on the hourly rates that refer to what Merrick's rate is going to be. But after Sunday, we don't care what Merrick's rates are going to be, right? I mean, we're not still using someone who's going to be at Merrick. We're just going with Mark, right?
Well, this is the information we have. The chairs suggest following with Mark to Stoneman. However, we felt like this was information that was important for the committee to know when making its decision.
But we're only talking about one person. We expect to only be working with Mark, not somebody else at Merrick.
If we decide to stay with Merrick, we will not be working with Mark. We will be working with someone else. So then the rates do matter.
If we stick with Mark, not Merrick, if we stick with Mark, we're not going to be working with anyone at Merrick.
No.
Right, okay.
William?
So I just want some clarity. It says that our current legal counsel for the districts is Mark Terry. How does Michael Joyce fit into this?
Dr. Z?
Michael Joyce was procured by the district some time ago. I think it's like 2019, 18, somewhere around there, to assist in the area of special education. Special education attorneys are identified by the districts in a different manner than the primary employment legal counsel.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Mm.
So then the school committee does not retain Michael Joyce as counsel, only the district? And we only retain Mark Terry currently?
No, he still works at he still works at the pleasure of i- he still works at for the school committees through with the district, but there's a different realm when it comes to special, like in terms of how they work through with special education attorneys.
Okay, so then a follow-up would be that if Mark Terry's new firm could handle special ed, why are we not also talking about the whole package and only talking about Mark Terry?
So currently, what has come before us is the employment portion of this, in terms of, okay. So when I entered the district, it was my understanding that prior to my arrival, there was a clear delineation of services. And so student-centered issues are often referred to Michael Joyce, and majority of our student-centered issues surround the area of special education. Special education, most recently Title IX, we have OCR, like those different areas where it can progress. That's their firm's specialty. One of the top, I would say, higher in Massachusetts. They train, they do this work. For employment practices and the adult issues, for lack of a better word, the district has Mark Terry, who worked through Merrick. And so that's how those practices have been. I would say as the current superintendent that it would not, even though Mark is going to Stoneman, with our current special education cases, things that are currently moving in the district, I don't think it would be wise for us to consider switching legal counsel at this time because of a lot of the current things that we have when it comes to our student cases. There are student cases that are moving that Michael Joyce is leading. I will say though that both Michael Joyce and Mark work together. They have very clear conversations. If we are handling an issue where it is both an employee and student issue, they both come together to guide us as our legal counsel to address the issues and cases at best. So I don't see an issue with the working relationship to say that there's a concern in that regard.
I guess I would want to know what the contract is that we have with Michael Joyce, so then we could decide, would it be a better contract to stick with one firm and not have two separate firms doing the district's work? So for me, I would want more information, which I had requested, but I haven't seen that yet.
Noted.
Deb?
The numbers are, and we just asked for a ballpark breakdown, not by subcategory. The region in FY '23 had estimated 283 hours. FY '24, 618, and FY '25, 1,031. For those same years, Amherst had FY '23, 207, FY '24, 155, and FY '25, 394. And Pelham, 1154 and 20.
Okay, Laura Jane?
To William's question about, the keeping everything within a firm, I understand that we have cases that are currently in process, and it makes sense to keep Michael Joyce with those cases because he knows the ins and outs. But for future cases going forward, I feel like it would be worth investigating whether, Stoneman, is that the name of the trust? Whether Stoneman would have the capacity to take on the student-centered cases, just to kind of keep everything within house, like the same thing. And also, this is just my ignorance, like being brand new, but that Jude Hunter, somebody, he's not, okay.
Not this. Yeah.
Right, that was, we had a lawyer, we had that, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Not this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I will also say that the contract with Mark Terry's representation is the part that's come before us now. If we want to investigate the contract with Michael Joyce and his firm, then we can take that up at a later time. This transition is also happening for February 1st. So we have to make a decision. So I will move for the region I move the regional school committee transition legal representation for the regional school district to the firm of Stoneman Chandler Miller LLP.
I second.
William? Right, okay, perfect. Any further final discussion? Andrew? Yes, but you have to vote. You don't have to discuss it anymore, but I would like you to vote.
I vote yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Laura Jane?
Yes.
Anna?
Yes.
Sarah Bess, yes. William?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Excellent.
And Tim? Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will move the same for Pelham.
Second.
Any discussion from Pelham? All right, then we can do
We can do hands.
this. Everybody in favor? Okay,
Excellent.
the vote is 5 in favor.
And I'll move the same for Amherst.
Second.
Any in favor, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 5. Thank you.
And then I will move the second motion. I move the regional school committee authorize the superintendent to represent and sign documents on behalf of the school committee on letters of representation and final documents in conjunction with Stoneman, Chandler, and Miller. Anna?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Oh, yep, Dr. Z.
I have to sign the notice from Merrick that came in as to whether or not we're retaining.
And to sign the letter from, let's see. And to sign letter with. Does that letter have a name?
1 second.
Okay. Is that an acceptable amendment? Thank you. Williams?
Just going to say, are we just agreeing to the dollar amount with Stoneham and that's all that's in the contract? Or is there more to the contract? And is there a time period in the contract? And if something is being signed, will we be able to also receive a copy of that after?
I think that is a perfectly reasonable request.
So I would request that. 1, to know if there's a timeline, and then 2, to receive whatever was executed.
Sarah Bess, the document is named Client Choice Letter from Merrick.
To sign client choice letter with Merrick. Acceptable?
Yes.
Thank you. You said, William, a timeline and yep. Just the contract and duration of contract. I got you. There was somebody else over here that said it, so I can't even take credit for it. And Anna?
So my understanding is that the contract duration would not be for more than a year and a half. Because if it's for longer than a year and a half, then we have to have more information about the attorney fees in the second year.
Okay. Anything further? Okay. Deb, how do you vote for the region?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
William?
Yes.
Sarah Beth, yes. Anna?
Yes.
Laura Jane?
Sure.
Sarah Marshall?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
I would
Thank you.
pass the same motion, or I would present the same motion for Pelham.
Second. Oh, yeah. Great.
Thank. You're up.
Those little naps are great. I moved the same thing, the same first motion for Amherst.
Second.
The second motion, yes, yep.
You
I
even
moved
made
this-
the motion.
I made it and I wrote it down. I moved the second motion for Amherst. Do I have a second? First.
Second.
Oh, I got Bridget. All in favor?
Excellent.
Motion's pass.
Thank you. All right. Next up is our 26-27 school year district calendar vote. Our calendar is attached. Dr. Zier, is anything you'd like to point out about our calendar this year?
Yes, we made a, in saving it, I cut off an abbreviation legend that CS is Chestnut Street. So if you see CS, it's actually Chestnut Street. So we're going to fix the edits. So however you pass it with edits. But we did identify the last day. I think that was asked to Carlo, and this is the same calendar from the last time.
Any comments? I will move for the region to pass the calendar for SY 26-27 as edited. Yep. Okay. Me.
Second.
Okay, and then discussion. Nope.
Why is the January 6th date a no school day?
January 6th is a no school day because it is written into some of our contractual agreements as a non-working day, and it would have a financial impact to the overarching district. We ended up negotiating it this year. Also know that we looked at was it attendance? Our attendance this year, and so it actually makes more sense for us to have that day off.
For budgetary reasons.
Rather than the 8th?
Yes, because of how
I
the
know
date
it's
is.
of Three Kings Day, right?
Right.
So that's why, it's because
Yes.
it's Three Kings Day, but we're calling
No,
it a no school.
no, not because it's Three Kings Day. That's not why we have it off. We have it off because our contractual obligations, this day and another date is clearly outlined in two contracts as days that that contracted body would have off.
Yep. Excellent.
Oh, and the volume of staff absences. Thank you, Jen.
Okay. So motion to pass the calendar for the 26-27 school year as edited. Motion by me, second by Anna. Any further discussion? Deb,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
William,
Yes.
Sarah Beth, yes. Anna,
Yes.
Laura Jane,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Andrew,
Yep.
Tim.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you.
I move the same motion for Pelham.
Second.
Same motion for Amherst.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion passes. 2.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. So can you present the evaluation tool, please? Yep. So the evaluation subcommittee met several times, and we worked. It is attached to the agenda, so you can see it on your own computer. And we worked with Jadira Torres from the central office, who did an amazing amount of work for this. So shout out to her and thank you, thank you. So what is attached here is a printout of how the evaluation tool will be, what the information that will be in it. It will be in a program called Perform, which is the same program that the rest of the district uses to evaluate for their evaluations. So it will be attached to the personnel files, the superintendent's personnel file, and so there will be a record of it moving forward forever and always. What we did was we use the goal document that was originally presented and approved in November. So thank you. Okay, so goal 1 is up there. There will be in that first little box, there will be Dr. Z's commentary on her progress towards goal 1. The second little box will be a much larger box that committee members will be able to write their own comment and feedback in. This box down here where it says exceed, meet, significant process is what are they called? Like a radial dot? Yeah. So you'll pick one of those. The same for goal 2. The first little box will have Dr. Z's comments and feedback. Then you'll have a space to have comments and feedback. Same all the way through goal 4. The standard and what are they called? The indicator,
Indicators.
which was part of what we voted when we voted the goal document in November, is already part of this. What is up here is Desi's language that has been incorporated. It is not as long and skinny when you do it in the program. It's much easier to read. This is just how it looks when you try to print it. So again, that top little skinny line that says superintendent's additional comments on standard 1 will have Dr. Z's narrative that she will put in there. And then evaluator comments where you will input yours. The same, these standard 2, these are the indicators that were voted on with the goal document. Again, places for comments, standard 3, same. Then there will be, then there is overall rating, which will then have, again, space for comments. One of the things we talked about in this program, there is all of the artifacts will be attached within the program. One of the things we talked to Dr. Z about was creating a naming formula that will make it clear which artifact goes with which indicator, standard, goal. So it's easy to coordinate there. And I thank you very much to the whole committee that worked on it. And yeah, so we do need to vote. Oh, the other thing with this tool is that this setup will make moving forward to do next year's evaluation tool much simpler, because in my several years being on the committee, I think we've used a different method every time. So we will not have to reinvent the wheel again next year. This will be part of it, and this automatically attaches, I think I mentioned before, to the personnel file, so it stays in there. Okay, Sarah. Okay, Jenny.
Okay, so my first question is, are the ratings on, like, under goal 1, I see, right, that we're supposed to be rating exceeded, met, significant, et cetera. And then what is the relationship between that rating and what is showing up below under, like, standard 1, standard 2? It seems like they're referencing the same thing.
So superintendent's you have two pieces, and the way the goals were voted this year, they work together, right? So there's goal 1, 2, 3, and 4, and each of the goals coordinates with a standard that DESI puts forth. So
Idea then that we would reference like this table that we're looking at for 1D, we would sort of review all of those different ratings before we would complete the rating above for the
So the-
goal that is that connects to that?
So they're two separate things. So the goals on the superintendent's goals that are attached, right? The goal document that we voted. Within there, we also included the evidence that means the superintendent has met that goal. So that is what you'll be looking at if you're deciding between meet, exceeds, some progress.
Okay, so just let's look at the example that's in front of us. So here it says goal 4, and it tells me that that's indicator 4C, communications. So I'm looking at how Dr. Z rated herself, and I'm looking at her evidence, then I'm kind of filling out my own box there, and then I am choosing a rating level for that. But if I go to the bottom of the doc, I see 4C down below, don't I? Or they're separate?
They're
different.
separate.
So
They're
in some
different.
cases, it's the same, and in some cases, it's different. But it's a different rating.
But we evaluate the superintendent on her goals. We also evaluate her on standards. That's part 2 is standards.
The standards are set by DESI, the goals are set by us. Dr. Z?
I think Jenny's question is, there's no outlining or definition on the above of what you're looking for that meets exceeded.
Exactly.
Like-
What am I basing that rating on
So
up above?
Is it
in the goals document, this
right? I
this
think you're
red and white one. It's the other one that's attached. That has a list of evidence. That
My question isn't about the
Go back.
I understand the evidence.
I know what she's saying.
Could you push the microphone button, please?
Oh, Jenny, press the button
so
so Tim can hear.
Sorry, Tim. My question is there a rubric that tells me what exceeded means versus what did not meet means in the goal 4 section or in the top section where I'm being asked to give a rating? Is
So-
there a rubric that defines those different
the evidence
classifications?
that we agreed when this document was voted, that if the evidence that are listed in here, that constitutes having met the goal. And so then you have the opportunity to have comment about it. Dr.
The
Z?
quick answer is no.
So the quick answer is no. And listening to Jenny's question, it leaves me to be evaluated subjectively by school committee members and their thoughts, not solely what it is. But I think that what Sarah Beth is saying is you can take the evidence and drop the evidence into the rubric and said, for example, goal 4 was like, I think that's the revision of the BIP and updated, right? Because that's the bullying. Well, goal 4, yes, is bullying. And so met would be what we have in that area as evidence. We could drop that in under met and then see if I exceeded it. That's a suggestion so that there isn't subjectivity of I just feel like it was met or I just feel like it wasn't met. I think that's where you're going with the question.
I mean, I guess I'm wondering, do we need the rating in that section if there's no rubric to tell us how to make that rating? Okay, if we need it, then is there a way for us to work to define what it means? Because for me, like saying that if there's evidence it's met, how do, like, what is, like, some people might look at the evidence and say, this is sufficient for me. Other people might look at that same evidence and say, this doesn't convince me.
Okay. So I'm, so when we, okay. Oh boy. All right. I think it was Sarah and then William and then.
Thanks. So the title of this, well, says School Committee Summative Evaluation. The summative evaluation is what the committee chairs do when they compile and kind of synthesize all the evaluation, individual committee members' evaluations. Is that going to be somehow automated and you don't need to, that'll just pop out of all the individual submissions?
So, okay. I don't think Yadira is on the call. So what? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh. uh, so in the perform itself, it breaks down. I didn't print out. I don't think I can get it. That's where the goals are housed. And then there is there is a space for the mid-year evaluation conversation. And then what I printed out was what each individual committee will complete. And then that information will be filtered to the chairs and they will write a summative report. It's just titled differently. I think that's called a contemplative or.
So there's the summative that each committee member will complete that will feed into the composite evaluation, which is the one that's completed by the chair with everyone's information on it.
Okay. New language for us. Thank you.
You're
My
welcome.
second question was that there seems to be an issue about goal 3, the one for Pelham, and the language here doesn't agree with, and I know I'm not in Pelham, but it doesn't agree with what the superintendent is suggesting. So is Pelham going to make a decision before we actually have to vote?
The form was written.
I understand,
that,
but you're
so-
asking for a vote on this, yeah? But
Right.
it may be wrong depending on what Pelham does.
If there's going to be a change to goal 3, this committee has to vote on the change. That is going to have to be on our agenda for our February 3rd meeting. I think that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we could approve this form and state that it may be revised to reflect the goal 3 information.
Yeah. Dr. C?
You're voting two different things. This is the conversation on the tool. It's not the conversation on the goals. So the tool can be updated, which I think is the conversation about the rubric, but the goal is a different vote. So this conversation is all around, is this the tool that the school committees are going to use to do the evaluation?
William?
I would just say thanks to the subcommittee for putting this together. I know it's a lot of work. And also, I would like to know where Jadira was last year when I was on that subcommittee. It would have been helpful. So thank you, Jadira, for doing all the work you did. I really appreciate that because it looks much easier and cleaner. And then I was going to refer to Anna because I felt like we did describe what those rubrics were when we put ours together. And so I feel like we should define the rubric because I don't think it's fair for us to subjectively, independently rate the superintendent. I feel like we should have all the same understanding before we rate her, or it's not really fair to the current superintendent or any superintendent for me to decide subjectively what I think it is and someone else to decide something different. It's not fair to the superintendent. We should have a rubric for those so we all are on the same page.
So yes, and I made those up. And I wrote them
We
in.
made them up together.
We, we made them up. As a subcommittee, we approved those definitions and brought them to the full committee, who then approved those definitions. So if we were to do that again, the subcommittee would have to go back, create the language within each of those metrics to describe exactly what exceeded means, what met means, what significant progress looks like for each individual goal. That would also be a little bit harder to modify if goal 3 got changed at some point, because then you would have to bring the tool back to reapprove the amended rubric descriptions. But yes, we did. I don't think that because we did, we have to do it this year, but I would say, yes, we did.
Just to follow up. I also would like to say that we wordsmithed them each individually on each goal. It wasn't like we just had one set of rubrics of what it meant. We went through and decided what each rubric was for each goal, but then every committee member, when they did the evaluation, had that rubric in front of them for each one.
I think I'm really sorry. It's really hard to see the hands. I really don't like sitting in the middle. I should sit on the end, yes. Go ahead, Jenny.
Yeah, I would definitely ask to see that rubric, because I don't feel comfortable voting for a tool without there being some clear definitions of how we're making those ratings. I know it might be more work, but I'm going to channel my former teacher. Like when I assigned an essay to my students in English, I was super clear with them on what it would take to get an A and what a B meant and what a C meant. And so I feel like it's just good practice. Otherwise, the ratings kind of lose their meaning really quickly.
Sarah?
I wonder if the subcommittee is willing to undertake that work, whether they can just do that. It doesn't have to be done now because we don't do the assessment until June, like May or June. So I think we could approve the tool and hope to get a rubric in time to use the tool.
Tim?
Thank you. I'm on the subcommittee, just FYI, and I think that it is worth our time to do that. I think it's a good idea. And I think we can approve it. I think we should approve the tool tonight, and not, we can come back and approve the language in the tool, the content, at a future meeting.
Deb?
My understanding of the tool from last year is that the tool is the actual wording and whole setup. It's not just the interface.
Okay, so I think the subcommittee can come back with the language for the goal rubric. I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing to ask. I would like feedback about that this method is going to work before we go back and do that. So I would like, which I think is what Tim was saying, that we can, if we can agree that this is the tool that we're going to use and we can come back with the final language for approval, I think the subcommittee can move forward with that. Anna?
So I think that this tool looks highly functional. I think it's very clear. I think it's well laid out. I think one of the things that we should maybe think about is the standards. And for this tool, we have for each standard, one or maybe two substandards that are listed. And so there's only like, I think there's 5 ratings that we are providing in the standards, which is much easier than what we did last year. But I just want to make sure that we're complying with DESI instructions on the evaluation. And, I think there's been a lot of discussion on how many of the standards and how detailed we rate on the standards. And if we only have to rate on each standard, one thing on each standard, that's great. That's all we need to do. But if we are supposed to rate on every single subcategory of each standard, then that's not what we're doing here. And it makes me happy because it was a lot of work and very confusing, but I just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing.
I will double check, but I am like 95% certain that we are compliant because I remember looking at this when we were working on it the first time, and working with Dr. Z to design the tools and the format that this was happening in. I know that the DESI offers some ridiculous amount of indicators, like 27 or something like that, and it specifically says do not pick all of these. So I don't know that there's a minimum amount, but I know it says don't do all of this. But I'm happy to bring that information back. Yes.
So I think, did you say, Anna, that you wrote the rubric specifically for the goal? If so, does that mean next year you're going to craft a new rubric for every goal?
Not me.
That was how we chose to do it in that subcommittee.
I mean, I do think that having the definitions in there makes sense. So the subcommittee can bring that back. Okay. Yes.
Here in the DESI, it says number 4, the superintendent identifies 6 to 8 indicators from the standards effective administrative leadership that are closely associated with the goals to serve as focus indicators. The superintendent reviews the rubric and identifies 6 to 8 indicators that will be evidence in pursuing the student learning, the professional practice, and the district improvement goals. The superintendent should identify at least 1 to 2 indicators for each standard to ensure coverage of all 4 standards.
That is done. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So one more. But it says 1 to 2 for each. So, okay. All right. Thank you. It sounds like we are maybe, yes, sorry, Margaret.
So I've been doing these evaluations for 6 years, and I will tell you that I still struggle with the difference between the difference that Jenny is asking about. I still struggle with that. So I don't have an answer for it, but I can tell you that I've struggled with it every year.
Okay, go ahead, Jenny.
I will just put out there, given the conversation, like, is there an option where rather than having a 5-point scale, we're just saying like meets, does not meet?
DESI says those are.
It has to be a 5-point scale. Okay.
Yep.
I was trying to save you some work,
I
Anna.
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Not doing it.
Okay.
Just
Tim?
it has to be that specific scale.
Yes. Yes, we worked closely with the DESI documents to put this together. Yep.
just so you know, the whole instructions on how to run a superintendent evaluation is very specific, and it really, I think, is inadequate and very difficult to do a good one because you can't ask questions, you can't talk to people, you just have to rely on whatever evidence is presented. I think the objective is to make it very objective, just like if you have these goals and these are the things, the evidence that you have achieved those goals, if you can produce that evidence, then you should have met those goals. Be no subjective judgment about this. Did she do it with kindness? Nobody cares. We just care whether it was done. So, you know, I think there's reasons for it, but I think it's also very black and white.
Rachel?
I know you're trying to move on. I just have one last thing. My understanding from looking like in real time, is that we're allowed to vote based on the evidence that were provided by Dr. Z, by the superintendent, as well as our evidence that we've seen and observed throughout the year. Is that correct? I just would like to confirm that that's correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So it sounds like the subcommittee will bring final language back. Okay. So superintendent mid-year goal and evaluations, Dr. Z.
I'm going to ask the questions, wait until the end, because I prepared a statement to keep myself on track. And it's been helping me in the last few meetings to have my thoughts clearly written and not go off script. So I'm going to try. I attached the document, and I don't think at this hour tonight I have to read it word for word. And I'm hoping that the committee, being that I met the required deadline, original deadline, had the chance to review. As everyone knows, my goals were originally approved on November 10th, 2025. At this point, according to the DESE rubric, a mid-year superintendent evaluation update provides an opportunity for the superintendent to provide a progress report to the school committees and discuss any opportunity for a shift or change within the goals as written, as well as an explanation. So I've outlined in terms of the first goal, we know what goal 1 is. Complete 100% of required administrative evaluation and ensure feedback is timely, actionable, and aligned to the district instructional practices. Since the November, I have met with all my direct reports, and for this evaluation process, it is principals, executive directors, and the Office of the Superintendent staff who I share with other possible EDs. In this process, I've also worked with our HR, Human Resources, thank goodness for Jadira, to outline and create a principal evaluation tool in our Power School platform, as well as to create an executive director evaluation tool. The executive director evaluation tool is based on the DESE rubric for their specific, whether it's licensure or non-licensure. So for example, I'm going to say individuals who do not need to be like certified, whether it is like or licensed through DESE specifically, they have their own rubric. But I took the business of office rubric and kind of made that operational for those individuals. And then others, for example, those who are in the academic realm, we pulled their rubric from DESE as well. We have the principal rubric this year for the principals. I'm focusing on 5 areas. Specifically around data and instruction, around completion of their evaluations, community feedback, and I don't remember all 5 because I did not write it down, but we have already had our initial goal setting meetings with all principals. I want to say that I've had my first round of unannounced observations. I used their data chats to be their unannounced observations where they were able to come and present data, and we answered questions around what's happening in their school and projected. Mid-year check-ins are to occur in February. as well as the remaining observations and feedback cycles have placeholders on my calendar. One of the key things that I've also done that I noted here, but I don't know if I noted on my notes was that in tracking the overarching progress of evaluations across the district and working with HR to do so, I have tasked the HR with keeping me abreast of how we are working with our various subgroup timelines. And so that we can continue to remind individuals. So this year, I'm focusing on getting the administrative staff into the evaluation process and hoping that next year I can transition into making sure that all processes are moving timely. So next steps in goal 1, conduct my formal mid-year evaluation check-ins with direct reports. I plan to review emerging themes. There is some things that I'm seeing in terms of system-wide strengths and areas of growth, especially with the upcoming evaluation subcommittee or committee that's going to be developed around APEA, and use the mid-year findings to calibrate feedback and support structures for the second half of the evaluation cycle. I also plan to use this information to develop a professional development plan and supports, but I haven't decided how that's going to frame towards the end. In regards to goal 2, which is lead the implementation of the Amherst K-6 restructuring to ensure operational readiness for the new K-5 school and 6th grade, I should have said Chestnut Street, I forget, I apologize, Chestnut Street Academy at Arms. I feel like significant progress has been made and we are continuing to move forward. I've held various stakeholder listening sessions with staff, families, and students. Additional sessions have been temporarily scheduled on my calendar, but I need to readjust my calendar. One of the things that we have done and we've noted is that every time we have a listening session, we come back as a team, we debrief, we analyze what we were told, and we work on ways to implement that. One of those things is, for example, in one of our fall listening sessions, the teachers identified that they needed additional time. And when Marks Meadows closed, they were given additional times to pack and to move. And from that came the conversation around the MOA for teachers moving. And so I input, it was so funny because we have these documents and charts, but we didn't really publicize them till recently, again, or update them to publicize them because they were presented earlier in the school year. And so I included the non-exhaustive visual summary of the restructuring progress that has been made. We as a team have met to update this, and so we're going to be continually updating it, but it shows the progress that we've made to date. And there's some additional items that we have. This is going to be a standing school committee. It has been a standing school committee update, so it's going to be a standing school committee update. So the next step is to continue with the stakeholder engagement, advance operational planning, maintain regular school committee, Amherst School Committee as the project moves closer to implementation and milestones. For goal 3, I feel like goal 3 needs a little further explanation. And so I am going to say the original goal was conduct a focused program review for Pelham Elementary School and present short-term recommendations to the Pelham School Committee. On January, I believe around 8th, I had a meeting with the Finance Committee Chair and was presented with some information, and I did not even get to finish that meeting because the information was shocking at the time. Myself, financial director, worked together to ensure that the information that we received, we provided an update for the Pelham School Committee because the school committee members as a whole did not know the information that we had received at the time. With that information, we also, as we do with any of our budgets, provided within a 2-week span what we thought were recommendations and options for moving forward. I originally had planned to revise my goal to talk about sustainable and succession planning, and I'm going to explain why. As superintendent, when Pelham is facing critical financial deficits, I believe it would be irresponsible for me to solely focus on short-term budget balancing without also addressing the district's long-term stability. Financial strain exposes not only fiscal vulnerabilities, but leadership and system vulnerabilities as well. For that reason, I've intentionally prioritized sustainability planning and the succession of my leadership as a part of my responsibility to the district. Periods of fiscal instability are when districts are most at risk of disruption. Decisions are made under pressure and can unintentionally weaken programs, overextend staff, or create dependency on a single leader. By focusing on sustainability, I am ensuring that the systems we put in place are realistic, repeatable, and capable of functioning beyond any one budget cycle or in the history of these districts that has had such a high turnover of leadership. It extends beyond any one superintendent. And so therefore, it is equally important that I recognize that my role is not to make the district dependent on me, Dr. Z. As you know, August is going to be the third year and final year of my contract, but to leave it stronger because of the systems I build. Succession planning of my leadership is not about departure, not of myself or of the school. It is about continuity and capacity. In a small district facing financial constraints, leadership transitions, fiscal issues, undocumented plans, and long-term conversations, whether planned or unplanned, can significantly disrupt operations, communities' trust, and instructional coherence. Planning intentionally for operational and leadership succession ensures that institutional knowledge, fiscal oversight, and operational clarity are not lost as they have been during a transition or in any long-term planning. So, I just wanted to be clear that my intent of including succession was not about the succession of Pelham Elementary School. My intent of including sustainability was about sustaining Pelham Elementary School. Succession is because as I have entered these three districts, it has been clear that institutional knowledge has been lost and not passed forward across leaders, leading these districts at a severe disadvantage. And therefore, if I am able to also, as a leader, think beyond myself, but for the benefit of children, and have an opportunity to build in with sustainability succession during especially this critical financial deficit, it is a master of stewardship for the children of Pelham. The district cannot afford instability layered on top of financial hardship. By strengthening all of our structures, documenting processes, and distributing responsibility, I felt that I was ensuring that Pelham had the capacity to navigate challenges consistently and responsibly, regardless of who occupies any of our seats. Ultimately, my focus on sustainability and the succession reflects that my obligation to act in a district's long-term best interests beyond just finding a way out of an initial short-term financial crisis. I do not believe that a quick fix, even though we have one, is that what we should depend on. We should have the opportunity to plan for sustainability and build in a way that that sustainability allows for continuity and to ensure that Pelham is not simply reacting to an initial crisis, but building resilience for the future on behalf of staff, students, families, and the broader community. And so that is my proposal for goal 3. And with goal 4, I would also like to state that the audit was completed. I want to clarify that the audit was not intended for in any way to simply bring forth, because I feel like that is also a false narrative out there. So the audit in any way was intended to bring forth or address the policies. Any auditor that comes in to determine if our schools are doing what needs to be done starts with our rules and procedures, acts from the policy moving forward. From that, suggestions were brought forth, and those suggestions have called for us to review the specificity or the procedural overlap of our policy. I do believe, as in the email that I sent to the joint school committees, that our policy is strong, but it warrants us outlining, as we do have another policy as a school committee that talks about that policies should be written in a broad scope and manner. However, I think that the procedural gray areas need to be adequately addressed. I have outlined a representative work group that I will be convening based on the legal requirements in the law I've included the invite language that will be sent out. The law talks about specific stakeholders, parents, lawmakers. It talks about students coming together and to review the current policy. In our audit, we were giving suggestions in terms of how to tighten and strengthen our checklist, and as well as the bullying prevention plan. Those will be reviewed. We've already reviewed all of our audit findings with our principals. We are continuing to provide trainings, just so we know we had to pivot our current training to policy JKAA this upcoming week. So we will be doing that with our leadership. And February will mark the first quarter since November. And when my goals were approved, I will be conducting a quarterly review of bullying data across the districts. From that, we are also assessing the development of the dashboard. Thank you to Tim for coming in and using his expertise to provide us with some initial ideas as how to present the data to the school committee while we worked on the back end to have the different programs speak to each other, because they do not. So it's not as simple to just drag them into a dashboard. So we have started that work to assess the development based on our understanding of a dashboard, because the school committee has not defined what their understanding is in their directive. And that is my update or progress report on the 4 goals.
Thank you, Dr. Z. Updates, feedback. Sarah?
Thank you. That's, you're doing a lot. I have a question actually about the succession, and I know it was in the context of Pelham, but should I assume that that's also a concern of you for all the districts, that you want to make sure that all of our schools and districts can function well operationally, et cetera, no matter who is in the seats?
It is. It has been a hardship coming in and stepping into practices that are not documented. There are practices that, even when we work as a team, we're learning as we engage with teachers. We're learning as we engage with others. So things need to be able to succeed across leaders. That's the way how we build strong systems.
Thank you. William?
That was quick. I thought there was other people that raised their hand. I guess I feel like that the school committee voted to approve the focused program review for Pelham Elementary as part of the superintendent evaluation goals. As I read it, the work being described in the mid-year update, reviewing enrollment, physical context, facilities, and engaging community, can all occur within the original goal. Those elements are part of a responsible program review. And I guess I'm just trying to figure out, do we really need to refine the goal, or why can't the work fall within the current goal that we already adopted?
Because that goal specifically focuses in on program, it doesn't include the opportunity to discuss what the financial impacts would be in sustaining Pelham. So if we're talking about the program, and just so my understanding is, shifting to a sustainability plan also talks about programming, because you're also going to talk about what are some possible improvements to program that needs to come into place. But there needs to be some long-term recommendations, and the original goal talks about short-term planning. And so in all honesty, what Pelham really needs, and the goal updated says initial sustainability planning, because this is not going to be done by me. The conversations that need to be had, the continuation of collection of data, collecting the long-term projections and looking at the long-term projections and having a deeper conversation. And it's not just one that can happen with the district team. It also needs to open up in a broader scope for sustainability planning, where we're having conversations with the finance committee, where the school committees are engaging together. And it's not, I don't mind being a facilitator of bringing groups together and saying, this is how we do a public forum. So the initial one focuses solely on instructional program. I was asked that specifically specifically. This is talking about long-term, full-time sustainability of Pelham, which includes the instructional program, but expands beyond that in saying, these are some additional things that we need to do and to consider to be brought forth.
Point of order for a second. I just received a message, the live feed is not active. Is that true, or is it still active?
I can see you, but not the live feed, I guess. You must be talking about Amherst Media.
Dave or Milan, are you on there? We're new to this space, y'all. Sorry.
Do you want us to pause for a minute? Yeah. Okay. No, hey, quick pause. Real quick. We have a line straight to the top.
We're being told that it's on and it's up and running. We're tracking it as well.
I apologize. I just wanted to make sure. Sorry.
Thank you.
Channel 15 specifically. That's the issue is with, but YouTube, people can still see it on YouTube.
Channel 15 is not working now, but YouTube is. Okay, so, okay.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Jenny.
I think, so I was not at all clear that that succession planning meant what you just explained it to mean here. And I do think it would be really helpful to clarify what is meant by succession planning and to clarify that that is not exclusive to Pelham, because it does feel like both of those parts of the message together would be helpful if people understand this is not, I think that would help people understand, oh, okay, this is broader than Pelham, therefore it doesn't mean we're trying to shut down Pelham Elementary School. So I think that's kind of one thought is like, if we can get clearer on that for everybody, it would be helpful. I do think that adding the longer term sustainability planning goal feels important. And I wonder if we can sort of decouple those, like if it's possible to look at updating goal 3 to talk about specifically about the long-term sustainability planning for Pelham. But maybe the succession piece becomes a broader separate goal that is not exclusive to Pelham. But I had a question for Margaret, because you said earlier that changes to that goal would have to go through our next committee meeting. So I just want to understand sort of what the process is here.
Can I answer before Margaret answers?
I believe that if the goal changes, we have to vote to accept the changed goal. That's what I was referring to in terms of doing that February meeting. And I think this same information might be very helpful at that time as well.
So
Dr. Z?
I want to say, Jenny, that, and I came in with a very tight speech. One, I updated it and I removed succession planning because I don't think, so one, I was not given the opportunity to explain deeply in that budget conversation, and it stemmed from the lines of questioning, the understanding of schools, stemmed from the lines of questioning and what happened in that budget conversation. And it's very hard to have when you have live committee conversations and emotions are charged and things are happening, for there to be an opportunity to clarify certain parts. And it wasn't any opportunity given to me as superintendent during that meeting to clarify, and I would have said the same thing. And so everyone moved, organized, and did what they did based on their understanding of the comments that were made, right? And at no point did even a school committee member stop and say, can you outline what you mean? The comment that was made was, you should stick to the goal that's there. So I think that I am not afraid to clarify. If we had talked about this earlier, I would have clarified and had the same statement. And that is why I removed it from, like, my last update was I removed it from Pelham because it's not just about Pelham. It's really about all three districts. And that's why having the historical knowledge of legal counsel, that's why working with longstanding individuals, like a lot of times I'm sitting in the office asking about something, and thank goodness for Dr. Marta Guevara and her knowledge of how things happened years ago when she first came in. And I have teachers who I sit with and I ask them questions, and they're able to share, this is what happened, and this is the year, and this is the principal that sat in the school when this occurred. But there is no documentation. There is nothing there to move forward. So succession planning, really, I removed it. I just left initial sustainability for Pelham in the most recent update because it's really for all three districts for them to continue to be successful.
Laura Jane?
I have a couple of questions, Dr. Z. My first question is, it sounds like you found out about Pelham's financial crisis on January 8th, but when we had our Amherst School Committee meeting last week, you let us talk for quite a long time about the pros and cons of moving the sixth grade into the Chestnut Street Academy into the middle school without ever mentioning the possibility that Pelham might be sending their students to the middle school. So I guess I'm curious about why you chose not to share that information with us at that time.
Can I just jump in as Pelham for 1 second? That wasn't a conversation that Pelham has had any conversation about moving any students into the Chestnut Academy.
I was going to expand on that and say two things. I know my role. And as superintendent, one of the things that I serve to all of the committees is as chief advisor. When we were presented with the information, no school committee member outside of the chair, because she was told the same time we were, knew what we were told. No other school committee member. We also, at the time, took the time to walk through the numbers, and it took us some time to walk back and create the range that we did for Pelham. In that, one of the practices that we've had is that whenever we present budgets, we present options and recommendations. We say, this is the recommended program or plan that we plan to move forward with. We did not, in all honesty, Pelham doesn't have to do anything with Amherst. I can't bring it forward to Amherst. Pelham has three towns that are much closer, that are closer on the, well, three, there's Amherst, there's Belchertown, there's Shutesbury. They could partner with Leverett. Our initial conversation at that point was, hey, this is what we're facing, which is why we focused in on the budget. These are the numbers. This is the understanding that we have from our conversation, which was a shocker to our school committee members. I was even challenged if I was correct in the numbers and my understanding, you know. And so I cannot present something that is not official. And it wasn't official. What we did was we said, hey, this is a situation that we're facing. With these ranges for Pelham on the lower end and the higher end. Option A, which is realistic to me, is to use our school choice funds. But we also said it's not long-term sustainable. We put that in our presentation and said, these are the warnings that we have for you in terms of sustainability. We also said, hey, these are some options. In about a 2-week span, the quickest thought process that myself and my team came up with, because we didn't research, we weren't approved to go and research anything, we weren't approved to go and delve into anything. Our thing was, hey, school committee, here's the crisis that we were told we have. When we presented to you in December, this is what we presented. Before we come back to you in February and you see a drastic cut of $200,000, this is the updated information. And that's what that meeting was. This is the updated information that we got. Our deficit may hit this. Here are some suggestions. Here are some options that you may have to deliberate on, because this is a school committee role. And that's really where it was. No decision was made. We were asked questions that we're going to come back around and answer on the 3rd. But really the conversation was not even to be had with Amherst, because as the Pelham superintendent, there's things that I need to deal with Pelham and the Pelham School Committee. And that's where the information came forward, because the school committee needed to be apprised of what we were facing and what they were facing this budget season.
Sure.
So you also mentioned that there's challenges with institutional knowledge not being passed on and documentation. And I 100% understand that on the sort of administrative level. But as you know, and as we heard just from the Pelham schools, like there is a wealth of institutional knowledge within each of the schools. And I know you mentioned that you're speaking with teachers, but I'm also wondering, we all received an email from a teacher from the middle school talking about the 6th grade move and how that planning was happening. And I'm really wanting to understand how that knowledge, like all the institutional knowledge that is held by these teachers that have been teaching in the district for 20, 25 years, how that information is getting pulled into your planning processes. It's not, because obviously we have some principals and administrators that have been here for significant time and others that are very new. And so to rely heavily on principals only would be to get a much less robust level of institutional knowledge. And so I'd really love to hear more about how you're going to be integrating the knowledge that the educators in this district have.
Can I rephrase your question to how I have been and how I will continue to? Because I'm assuming from your question that I have not been. So I want to clarify to the question is how I have been and how I continue to, and that's how I'll answer it. So
Well, I would just say that based on the letter we got from one of the teachers, it doesn't sound like they've been included. So I would just, I understand that's one voice, but that was a pretty explicit description of how teachers were not being included. So I'm just going to push back on you on that one.
you can, and I will tell you that I have evidence otherwise. So here's what I will say. One, that teacher and I have had numerous conversations. Their choice in how they chose to communicate their concern is theirs. That's how teachers operate. As a matter of fact, that teacher is one of the teachers who initially, when I first started the conversations about placement, directed me to the 2019 study that was conducted because I had a teacher listening session in the middle school early on about the transition of 6th grade into the building. I myself have had when I tell you I have had listening sessions, I have sat down and engaged in conversation. My team has taken notes. We have gone back when teachers share information, we look over and we read over that information. As a matter of fact, we have compiled all of that information into a Google Drive that we have around this move. And that is how we are able to pull different documents together. Even when school committee members send us documents, we put it into this drive. So because teachers are questioning why something now is being proposed different to what was proposed in 2022, I think there was a working group. 2022, there was a teacher working group. And my understanding is that teacher working group came and laid out an entire plan and how they felt things should run in the middle school. In terms of operational logistics, when I went and finally presented the layout of where we're suggesting for 6th grade, we sent out a survey to the teachers because not everyone was in the room the day when I sat with them. And so the response that was given was because that teacher, we have to review the survey, but that teacher opted to respond in that way. And we've been gathering all of that feedback. So there's 2 ways that I engage with teachers. I have an in-person session. If teachers call me or email me, I speak with them directly. I often send out surveys to gather feedback because not everyone is in the room and not every voice can be heard. So I work in different ways to capture information. Once I've captured that information, I circle back to the group and I tell them what the update is. We talk about it, we engage with it. And so I am sure that a lot of people, we can agree to disagree on things. Questions have been asked about why the changes, and I saw those questions in the email. I also saw some staff members asking us to expand the map because we're only speaking about 6th grade. And for me, I'm speaking about 6th grade because that's the portion that I'm coming in to work on. But they've asked to identify what's the impact to the middle school in terms of where they're moving to and what's happening there. And so we're working to send them up that updated copy. So I hope I've answered what my process has been, and it will continue to be to engage. I sit, I listen with them, I take their feedback, they can email it to me, we work on something and we come back to them to update them. And we do that, I do that in the Amherst schools, And I do that in all other schools.
Thank you, Dr. Z. Do have one final question. Okay.
Are you recommending to, I guess, what is your recommendation for Pelham for the fall?
My recommendation for Pelham is first to use the school choice, but be mindful of the fact that it's also their contingency funds. Be mindful of the fact that once we do that, we have to have an adequate and fully sustainable plan for fiscal year 28 because of what the town is depending upon. And whatever we pay out, the town will not be able to reimburse us, even if we expect to get school choice funds moving forward. What ends up happening is right now, I believe about 20%, 20 to 25% of Pelham's budget is dependent on school choice funding. I would also be recommending to Pelham that they do an adequate research and a long-term plan around the upcoming 3 to 4 fiscal years and see what in with our progressions, especially since we know what our financial obligation to our teaching staff will be. And to walk out those numbers to start off and see budgetarily, but programmatically what we can and can't afford. And so my recommendation for this upcoming school year is the same recommendation that I said that night. The school will function in 26, 27. My recommendation is use your school choice funds and be mindful of the fact and be informed of the fact of what the impact of using those school choice funds will be, and to start a rigorous plan for fiscal year 28 and beyond so that the school can sustain. You're welcome.
Thank you. Tim?
Thank you. Okay, so for goals 1 and 2, so first, Dr. Z, it's very helpful to see and hear your process, your working process described. It's helpful to me. And I see, you know, part of goals 1 and 2, or part of any goal really, is project management. And so for goals 1 and 2 especially, it would be interesting to see your reflections or information about risks and blockers to the tasks that you've been working on, that you'll continue to work on, with some narrative of how you've handled them. That would just kind of, I think, help in terms of evidence. For goal 3, I guess this is kind of similar, but I see an opportunity for writing up lessons learned from recent events, which I don't fully understand and I don't need to. But so what I would do is reflect on the communication, change management, and public engagement aspects of the most recent meeting with Pelham, a kind of lessons learned observation, which I think is an important part of setting and achieving goals. Now, in general, I'm unclear about whether we're still talking about changing goal 3, but I'm from Leverett, so it doesn't matter really what I think. So goal 4, I just wanted to point out that in November and December, I met with Dr. Z and Megan, and I talked with Sarah Bess and William, and I got an introduction to BRIM and learned about that from Jerry Champagne. And I just learned a lot about the whole process. And I wanted to point out that in terms of the dashboard, right, I just suggested that the dashboard can begin, in terms of the first version of the dashboard, it can begin as part of a regular presentation, 1, 2, or 3 slides in a PowerPoint deck that the superintendent presents each month, because I know that it can be difficult to integrate, or time consuming to integrate software systems. And that appears to be the case with BRIM and the dashboarding software that Dr. Z and central office use currently. So in terms of my recommendation, I'm just saying start simple. I personally would very much like to get monthly presentations on bullying data. So that, I think, is the most important thing for us right now. But I just wanted to make sure that that's, everyone understood that was what my recommendation was and the reasoning for it. I also say that, sustainability and succession planning, I agree that these are extremely important tasks for any organization, for stability, for the school district. And I think that those are really good points. And if I were to recommend a change to these goals, it would be to add a smallish goal 5 that is focused on sustainability and succession planning mapped to another standard, and an indicator or 2, which would bump us up to 6 or 7, which Desi apparently wrote we should have. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Tim.
Deb?
I reached out to MASC to find out about revoting the goals because I wasn't clear on what that should look like. Um, I emailed with Tracy because I said, goal 3 is Pelham specific, but we've always in the past voted all of the goals together. And what would the process look like going forward? And she said if we had voted all the goals together in a joint meeting or however we did it, that we would then continue to vote the change to that goal, all of us. So I know that's makes it more complicated, but that is what our field agent said. I'm a little confused about what has transpired the last 5 days. Four Towns meeting was January something.
10th.
10th. And the Pelham Finance Committee hasn't met since December 10th. So it seems to me that some of this process is not clear on what authority the conversation that you had with the chair of the Finance Committee took place. So I wonder how all those pieces fit together. I know from an Amherst point of view, the guidance that the schools get for our budget, we get in writing, and it's sent to all the heads of all the departments with CCs to all of us. So it's the guidance is distributed to all of us. And I wonder if that would have been helpful. I don't know what Pelham's process is, but it just seems like it got really problematic really quickly. And my last point is that this was mentioned in an FSS meeting on Wednesday. And I really just didn't know how to contextualize it. It was a little overwhelming. I was a little confused. And then I made sure I watched the meeting, and I'm not sure I got any clarity on it. But it did seem to me like an important part of what was on the chair's mind, the Finance Committee chair's mind of Pelham was the capital repairs that building needs. So in terms of going forward, I'm not, without any further clarity on the context, which obviously Margaret has, it just seems like there's still less concrete information out there than you need to make a decision on what to do next.
In Pelham, the finance committee brings all of the departments and boards together and gives them guidance, which they did. And that was that it's going to be level spending for every department in town. And Pelham School is a town department. I think perhaps that's not clearly understood in some of the community. So we function just like, in terms of the budget, we function just like any other, like the highway department or anybody else. So we were all given the same information. In terms of the capital, I was asked to be on the capital planning committee. We met a week ago, maybe. And I'm perhaps somewhat responsible. She says no, but I feel like, so I reported back. They had the requests from Pelham, and I reported back to Shannon and Dr. Z what they were going to recommend for capital for fiscal year 27. What I did not say is there are some additional things for the next couple of years on the capital plan that are on their capital plan. I only responded for about fiscal year 27. So I think that perhaps created some misunderstanding. What's coming up for Pelham is a roof project, which is going to be in the neighborhood of maybe $4 to $6 million. And that is, I think, what the Finance Committee is referring to when they're talking about the ability of the town to fund. So I don't know if that helps you at all.
Dr. Z?
So in terms of how, since I've been here, what Margaret is saying has been the process. We've received information direct from the Finance Committee as to the guidance of what it is that would be done. If there is something specific to the schools, the Finance Committee chair would meet with Shannon and I, or just Shannon, and say, hey, these are the specific things. We're going to pay for the out-of-district student this way. We're going to do this, this, and this way, which guides our budget development. Very similar to what we do in the elementary district for Amherst. For Amherst, we meet with the town manager as well as the finance person for the town who gives us the guidance around things. And if there's something that they can do or separate, we're like, okay, so we need this, or we like, it's the same entity. However, when this, and from that, we go and we build the budget projections and we bring it to the school committee, which is what we did in December when we were proposing the 2.5. When we left, we had one proposal, which is the K-1 consolidation on the table. When we met in January, our initial conversation, outside of what happened at the finance, where they told everyone that they were going to be level, there was additional information for the elementary district, which was delivered to myself, Shannon, and Margaret was there, which was that not only are we leveling, but we're also not getting whatever the region. So if Pelham has to give the region 101,000, they're going to reduce that from the elementary so that they can make sure that they meet their assessment in the region. That information had not come before the school committee. In that same conversation, we were told, and our $6.5 million 5-year capital plan, as written, would not be fully funded, right? After that, Margaret went to the capital meeting, and she was basically, the town outlined the specific things for FY27 that they were going to take care of in capital, and then the things they weren't going to take care of in capital. So there's some things that the town is able to do in the building and versus things that they're not able to do. And they're able to afford long-term, which is, for example, the roof project, which is more than what the town could afford. Because the full committee did not have that information, that halted the plan that we had originally left. When we presented in December to the school committee, we presented one thing. This new information that's fiscal and affects the budget needed to come back in front of the school committee. That's the meeting that occurred. We were informing the school committee of what the updates to the fiscal situation. We were running the numbers that based on our numbers, we would be facing, and that's where we presented that we left with $140,000 deficit. Without the 2.5%, it would be 187, I'm gonna round it up, 187. And then if the region, based on the deficit range that we showed for the region, because we didn't know what we had an idea of what the 4 towns said. And again, this is a Pelham conversation. So we said the wild card could be the region. If we have to give the region 101, then the deficit going to be 287. If we have to give the region 250, then it's going to be this. If the case that comes forward is first option A, use our school choice, we can do that. If we are on the higher end of the budget, of the range, we may have to do something drastic to prolong Pelham beyond FY27. And that is where the second option came in as a conversational piece, right? As like, hey, we have this broad range. We don't know what it is. This is what we were told. This is what's affecting Pelham. Hey, school committee, these are some things that we just thought about right now. Like, let's have a conversation about it. That's where the confusion came in. I'm hoping we explain the process of Pelham clearly.
You have follow-up?
So this used to happen in Amherst when we had town meeting.
I heard.
So, one of the things that I believe town council is trying to address is lack of capital spending during town meeting because town meeting prioritized operating. So oftentimes what would happen on the floor of town meeting was that town meeting representatives, because it was representative town meeting, would vote a higher budget than than what was brought forth to them from the select board, which was then recommended by the finance committee. So there's just this a whole complicated process that is very different than the way Amherst operates now. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Rachel?
Oh.
Rachel, and then William, and
Oh.
you're here.
We're going in order. I don't have questions. I have a statement really more for the many families that I believe are watching at home after leaving and for all of you on the school committee here. I'm really concerned and disturbed by the narrative that's being rewritten about Pelham. Families activated themselves and their teachers tonight based on very real concerns and based on a presentation that was made less than a week ago. At last count for me, we received dozens of emails, heard dozens of voicemails, and tonight saw another dozens of people here tonight, all at a school with 127 children. Within the presentation from last Thursday that has been addressed several times now is an entire slide that states an included concept to transition students to Amherst gradually starting in August 2026. In that meeting, I heard the words, both because I was there and I've now watched it twice with other people. We cannot make a plan for a school if there is no school. Coverage in the local newspaper made it clear that the community understood the ongoing discussion as one connected to the potential closure of the school. I am glad that tonight we are hearing that effectively last week's suggestions were just unresearched potential suggestions, but they had a real impact on people. We saw dozens of people here crying. My kids were some of them. Lots of kids made statements and called in and are writing petitions and are distraught. It incited a level of fear and uncertainty that is going to be very difficult for us as a school committee to repair with the community. I feel it is relevant to say that later this week, the superintendent is holding a community meeting at which the intention is to share clear, accurate information about the budget. At this time, that clarity is not made yet. Budget decisions fall within the purview of the school committee, and premature communication has a significant impact on families. Thursday's meeting needs to be limited to the appropriate role about programming, which is in the superintendent's scope of work, or postponed. I would also like to note publicly that school committee members were instructed to attend in only a listening capacity, which I believe is outside the scope of our superintendent's authority. All of this said, I am very pleased to hear that the superintendent is now saying she'd recommend using school choice funds. That was not at all the message either we as a school committee, the wider community, the teachers, the newspapers, the families understood until right now. I hope very much that my colleagues on the school committee will join me in approving that recommendation and exploring the many other options that exist. Over the last 30 years, our town has explored dozens of other options that exist. I don't even know that this administration could or is aware of many or any of them. The town has not had the opportunity to weigh in. It is incredibly obvious based on the hours and hours of comment we received that this is a community that wants and needs to be involved. That is my statement. I am requesting that there not be a rebuttal.
Dr. Z?
First of all, that I would like to say I believe her statement is an open meeting law violation because it did not reference to any of my goals, and that is what we're supposed to be discussing at this time. Second of all, I hope that in the future we can discuss, and perhaps the communication of goals should not be on succession planning, but collaboration between the school committee and the administration, and not saying statements that come forth as disparaging. So I just going to hold and ask if there are any more questions about my goals and mid-year. And if not, then I would like to just know if we could transition forward, please.
Sarah Russ, I am speaking directly about the goal and the change and the conversation around succession. That is exactly what I was speaking to, and the comment that succession meant something different. So I do want to clarify, this is absolutely not an open meeting violation law. This is directly in response to the goals, and as Margaret said, as other people have said, a changed goal needs to be a topic of another conversation. But since we are speaking about goals, I believe I'm well within my right to be saying what I've just said.
Thank you. William?
I just wanted to clarify, are we going to be voting on this possible goal change and having a discussion at a future meeting?
That was my intention.
So I guess then is it the intent for us to allow Pelham to continue this conversation at another meeting about the goals, or do we need to finish the conversation tonight? I don't know.
Based on what Deb said, that MASC has said is that if we've all voted on those goals initially, we all have to vote on them again. And I do not think that this is the place to have the conversation about changing the Pelham goals.
And I guess I think that's all I have for right now.
Bridget. I told you I had you down there.
Got to push the mic. I wanted to give some feedback on the superintendent's mid-year review. So I think that goal 1 looks great. I really like that your evaluation of leaders included conversations about how they would be planning for the evaluations of the subgroups of the building staff. So like it's starting to have like a domino effect, I'm hoping. I like that part. Goal 2, it's a fast moving train and a big lift. I've seen a ton of work and I look forward to hearing more. One thing on my mind is like the facilities, operations and capital expenditure budget regarding the move. I think that'll be really interesting for us to see how much is going on and what's coming up. In terms of the family and community engagement, that's a Pelham goal, but I see I guess like a little bit of a similar pattern in Amherst, and it also relates a little bit to the professional culture goal, and that's just a pattern a little bit about the communicative process. And I think that's an area where your work is really strengthened in the past year. I remember sitting here last year and saying like the administrative team really need to get more trust and unification, and you've tremendously accomplished that. You have the most unified team I've ever seen. I faced them all head on, and it wasn't a fun experience. Also like in that area, you've met frequently with caregivers from an Amherst perspective, the listening sessions and the way you've been going. You've got this real interest in student-led initiatives and student impact that I really love. That's just a part of your work I really enjoy. And so I just want to say overall, I think you've done clearly impressive work with community engagement. But I think I want to highlight an area where our collaboration could grow stronger. At times, the school committee hasn't had the level of open communication and partnership I feel we need as the governance team for our district. One thing that came up is like agenda items we requested were just delayed for months, and that limits our ability to like proactively plan and work in a more unified way. In public meetings, when concerns are raised by us or on behalf of the community,
sometimes the responses are wonderful and like open up a real dialogue, and other times they feel like guarded and defensive. And as an example with the sixth grade move discussion, like we were chastised really harshly for keeping our sixth graders, our rising sixth graders in the K6 and saying, oh, it'd be too disruptive for families. And like the tone or the idea of it really felt like, how could you dare do this to our children? And then like a week later, it's for Pelham. And the reason I raise it isn't to get into the Pelham discussion at all, but to say like, when you were on the other side of that conversation, you wanted to be met with curiosity and problem solving about why you were thinking that way. And I think like myself as a school committee member, I sort of appreciate that same thing. We saw like just where a more curiosity driven problem solving approach between the school committee and yourself, and I'm sure some of that lays with us as well, is something I'd love to see. And that same sort of communication gap surfaced in our work on bullying, which I think we'll probably talk about later tonight or at another meeting if we're not all midnight people. But I just overall think that we could have more alignment, yourself and ourselves, and have less miscommunication, less unnecessary duplication of work or added legal costs if we just had like more transparent, consistent communication going back and forth. And I know that's hard because these are public meetings and there's 29 of us, not really, but like there's so many. So like, but just, I feel very optimistic in this moment because last year I set a goal at this time and it was realized. So I wanted to put this forward as a possibility.
First of all, Bridget, I want to say thank you. And I think I said this to you before. I don't take things personally, but I'm very guarded of my professionalism. And I'm more guarded of the professionalism of the staff members who come in and work very hard each and every day. What plays on a public stage and what's quoted destroys professionalism. And many times the comments, the remarks, the narratives that are shared are shared in a way that comes off often as lack of care. And so when we're talking about administrators, when we're talking about the work that needs to be done, and I know I have a harsh, like a clip tone sometimes to what I say, might be a part of my background, might be where I'm from, I don't know, might be a part of my directness. And I often apologize for my directness ahead of time. But I also see when, and there's a saying that we have where someone may throw something and hide their hand. And many times it feels that way. It feels like there is an attack given, but because it's given in a soft tone, or it's not as direct as some individuals, or there's a narrative, or there's a statement that's said, and it's said in a way, or is said, and it comes off to the individuals receiving it as one where there is not an opportunity for collaboration. There's not a clarity. I'll give an example of when we were speaking earlier with Laura Jane, and I said, for me, the question that you had, and I'm just using it as an example, the question you had was, it came off as if I have not been doing it, right? And so her statement was around the fact that, well, based on this one email, it seems that it hasn't. And I took the time to explain that this is the process that I have. This is what we do. And for me, the passion comes in is I am passionate about what I do. I am passionate about why I do what I do to make sure that the children are able to benefit from it. Like I fell into the world of education, but I've dedicated my life to the world of education. And when you sit as a professional and you have individuals, whether individually or collectively, making a statement that ties back to your professionalism publicly, that is attached to you, a superintendent's reputation is their name, is their work, it is what they do. And it is not something that I have not emailed the school committee about, like say, hey, let's be mindful about how we engage. Let's be mindful about what we say. I've emailed individuals and said, this has come off as, even culturally, I've had conversation and said, hey, to me, culturally, this is disrespectful. But it's not just for me, even the individuals who work on my team, it comes off as that way. There's a lot of morale building or conversations that we've had to have as team members to talk about, does the school committee really care about what we do, like who we are as individuals? Do they know that we are human beings? And sometimes I wonder if I'm seen as a human being or is anyone seen as a human being? And so I'm not saying that you don't, and I'm not saying that I'm not willing to collaborate because we've had great individual conversations, many of us, and we've had very hard conversations. I'm okay with hard conversations. It's very different here. Not everyone is direct. Not everyone is okay with a difficult conversation, and so it's perceived as that as aggression or things. And sometimes I'm just talking from a place of passion, just like other individuals are. And there's, stereotypes around my ethnicity where, people know of Black women to often be aggressive when they're just expressing themselves. And that's not what I'm adding it to, but I'm saying that I am not often taking things personally, but I will defend my professionalism and that of my team. And so I would love to have a clear and collaborative conversation with school committee members. I would love to feel like we're not engaging in a back and forth many times. And I have shifted how I operate severely from when I first started. I'm not delving into the deeper parts of the conversations. Um, I raised my hand and I said, this is to clarify, and I stopped. But we really, like, there's certain things that I just know for me, if we allow certain narratives to move forward, it is detrimental to the livelihood. And I made a comment one time, I will never make it again. But I will say that for me and my staff, I would ask that the same that is being asked of me be asked of the committee, that you take into account that this is people's lives and professionalism. And when we make comments about how schools are, when we make comments about these different things, when we talk about whether or not you feel someone is working in this tangent or their intent, there's a lot about intent versus impact, right? And when you take the time to tear someone's, from my point of view, if you are not in, you may not be intentionally destroying someone's reputation, but that is the impact of what you do. And so that is the one thing that I think is often lost in the conversational pieces, is that it may not be the intent, but what is the impact of the statements that are made, of the questions that are asked that move forward. But I agree with you that we both could work on building a stronger collaborative relationship.
Thank you. Jenny? The mic. Tim.
Oh.
Point of order, could you push the button?
Sorry, Tim. I want to say to Bridget, I really appreciate the way that you show up and that you sort of model, like, you have concerns, but you also have appreciation. And I think that's super important. I think as somebody who also works in education, I don't think there is a harder job anywhere than being a district superintendent. I know more superintendents who have left the superintendency than I do who are still sitting in those seats, because you are not just trying to run a school district and bring everything you know about education. You are also a politician. You're forced into negotiating with school boards and negotiating with town governments, and it is an extraordinary amount to balance. And I think it is in all of our interest to give grace in this process to the staff and to each other, because this is incredibly difficult work that we are all trying to do together. And I think nobody is perfect. There are lots of ways in which information gets communicated imperfectly. But I think we're really fortunate to have a superintendent who is able to get up every single day and continue doing what is an incredibly hard job. And it's an incredibly hard job when you're reporting to one school committee. But we're asking Dr. Z and her team to support multiple school committees. And so I feel like for whatever improvements we think can and should be made, I don't want us to lose sight of what a tremendous loss it would be to us if we didn't have a superintendent in this seat who is willing to do that hard work with us. So I can't, I mean, talking about succession planning, like I can't even imagine where we would be if we were facing with starting all over with this. So none of us is perfect. I think we're committed to making improvements. Just in the relatively short time I've been on the committee, I am really happy to see what seem to be like growing relationships across the committees and with the administration. And so I'm really happy about that, but I just wanted to say, like, I don't think we often we don't interact with other superintendents. We don't really see kind of what that role is other than kind of in our role as committee members. And so as somebody who does regularly engage with them, I just wanted to sort of speak to the fact that I couldn't do it. And I think we ask an incredible amount of anybody in this role. And I just want to acknowledge that and acknowledge my gratitude.
Thank you.
Point of
Yes.
order. It's 4.5 hours. I'm already only 50% here.
I will move the regional school committee to extend for 30 minutes.
Second.
Deb,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
William,
Yes.
Sarah Bass, yes. Anna?
No.
Okay, hold on. Larry?
Abstain?
Come on.
Sarah?
No.
Andrew?
No.
Tim?
What am I gonna vote? Let's see. I vote yes. Was I audible? I vote yes.
Oh, you voted yes. Oh, we didn't. Sorry. Okay, great. Thank you. He voted yes. So that is 1, 2, 3 no's, 1 abstention, and 6 yeses. So the region has 30 more minutes.
I passed the same motion for Pelham.
Second.
I make the same motion for Amherst. Any seconds?
I'll second.
Right, we have a
I
second.
mean, they have to stay for the region.
Do we,
so-
we can just do raise hands. All in favor? Opposed?
You have to stay here anyway.
I'm not getting any clarity. In favor? All right, Amherst is in session for another 30 minutes.
Okay. Tim, you also had your hand up. You are up, my friend.
Okay, now I have to, am I audible? Can I be heard okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, great. Okay, what was I gonna say? I don't know. Jenny's very rousing speech sort of like inspired me, and Yeah, well, I guess what I was gonna say is that, I really like what Jenny said, but I still have a very bland suggestion that for any organization, succession planning for leadership is a very good idea. So just for the record, Dr. Z, that's a great idea. With the whole Pelham Goal 3 thing, the whole time it's just kind of been like, well, that's about Pelham, but we're voting on it as 3 committees, so it's the goal of all of us. That's just kind of how we set it up for ourselves. So my position on Goal 3 has always been whatever Pelham thinks it needs. That's what we should give Pelham. Why would I say differently? That would be a dumb thing to do. So it kind of sounds to me like we shouldn't change Goal 3. That seems to be a very strong and resonant theme that I have heard this evening. But, if Pelham feels like they need to talk about it, that's fine too. Whatever Pelham needs, I'm here for you, Pelham.
Thanks, Leverett. Margaret?
Um, oh boy, yeah, it's hard with everything. I wanted also to say that I really appreciated Jenny's observations and comments. And I think grace is a good word to keep in mind as we interact with each other, because we all care about the children. And we really have to find ways to work together for all of the children. I wanted to say about Goal 3 for Pelham, I think maybe based on what I heard Dr. Z say earlier, that we could keep the Pelham goal, but it could be by the information that she provides us, expanded to include the things that she would like to address.
Deb?
Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee will be starting working on next year's goals momentarily. So maybe we could just fold that into next year's goals instead of, I don't have the best words, but all I have is tinkering with this year's goals. That's one point. The other point is, I appreciate what Jenny said. And I appreciate what Dr. Z said. And I appreciate what Bridget said. And I will say that I think they're probably much more skilled communicators than I am and ever will be. And so I am asking for permission to be myself and not be no words, not just the term respect has come up in the last bunch of meetings. And I don't think it's intentional, but I do think there's a subtext of tone checking each other that I would like us to think carefully about. The I statements are great. And then we start to do the you and the we statements, and it's not really clear who the we's are and the you's are. And I just would like us to be careful, especially at the 11th hour here.
Thanks, Deb. Laura Jane?
I'm really glad you mentioned the word respect, because to me, when I hear respectability politics, I hear racism and I hear a history of silencing people using like civil, like, oh, can't you be more polite kind of thing, which I cannot stand. I also no offense intended, but the word grace to me sounds very Christian. And as a Jew, when I hear grace, I like get kind of skeeved out. That's a personal opinion. I think maybe being more open and communicative would be the way that I would prefer to talk about it. I heard Dr. Z say, and you can absolutely correct me if I'm wrong, but you said, I think you said, you believe that the school committee doesn't necessarily care about you or your staff. Did I mishear that?
Not that the school committee doesn't necessarily care. It comes off that way in some of after the conversations or the hearings or different things. It comes off like if there's a lack of care. Not that that is the intent, but that is how sometimes things land.
Okay, I guess I do care a lot, so I can speak for myself that I care a lot. And I don't think any of us would have gone through the election process if we didn't care, because man, that was not fun. Yeah, it was great. It was great. Thank you for electing me. Easy and fun. And actually, I did love talking to constituents. But, you know, I heard the word disparaging to refer to Rachel's statement, which I didn't hear anything disparaging in that. I just heard Rachel speaking about her concern about the Pelham community. When I use the word instability, I know you don't, you find that, but okay, I should not say what you think. But when I've said this is unstable or I see instability in this school or that school, it is often interpreted as a criticism rather than a description. So, you know, I think when I'm speaking about what I'm concerned about in the schools, I'm not coming at it from a perspective of you're doing something wrong, but that we have a history of lots of things going wrong in this district that not one person can fix. There's no way. I mean, you're doing a lot. And yet, by yourself, obviously, you could never do this, which is why you have a great team. We also have a team here that is working really hard. So we're all working for the same goal, right? We want to help the rebuild, re-strengthen, and of course, provide the most wonderful education for our students. And I think we all agree that that's where we want to be, right? So I mean, I think it's complicated and it's hard to sit in your seat and it's hard to be on this side. And we have to figure out a way that we can like hear each other in an open way and not assume that something is critical if it's descriptive.
Point of order. I'm not,
You have to use the mic, Sarah. You have to use the mic.
I'm not sure if we're still on the agenda or like, are we talking about the mid-year? I don't know what we're, I mean, I
Maybe
hear it all,
communication?
but I didn't think that goal had to do with communicating with us. If it does, then I miss that. So
I think we are wrapping, I think this is our last comment and then we're all done with this
So
conversation.
I want to say thank you, Laura Jane, for opening the floor for clarity. And I say this because I had to learn this very clearly and very quickly here and anywhere, intent versus impact, right? You may not have heard anything disparaging in the statement that Rachel made, and Rachel may not have intended anything disparaging in the statement that she made, but how it landed there are certain phrases and things that she stated in her statement that I felt spoke to my professionalism. And so for me, it came off as disparaging. When you made the comment about instability at the middle school, it was the middle school is unstable. It was a very broad, direct statement about how the middle school is and its functionality. To have that out there when there is actual work being done to stabilize the middle school without any additional concrete evidence or follow-up that's saying, hey, you know, I feel like the middle school is unstable because in the past 2 weeks, I've seen these 3 things that have occurred that affect student safety. that I could adequately come to and address, that actually has the support behind of it, that has different things that are shifting, where I could still come back and say, yeah, those 3 things happened, but this is how we addressed it. It's not that when something is descriptive, that it is offensive or it lands unwell. It's when it is descriptive and there is actually an alternate perspective for me to allow that description to move forward without the alternate perspective is unfair. For me to allow that to sit as the truth of what is currently occurring when other things are occurring is unfair, because that falls back on the professionalism of the staff, of the teachers, of the principals, of my central office staff. That falls back on the professionalism of me. And one of the things I've said since I've sat in this seat is I hold myself the most accountable for the things happening in this district, which means that when it comes to my staff and how they function, it is me. So if I hear a parent that brings something forward, if I hear a concern that comes forward, I need to address that. I need to research that. I need to see that. But also, if I know that something different is occurring, I also need to take the opportunity to share that. And so that's where I come from. Even with the descriptor, I want to make sure that you know that, okay, that may have been your experience, but here are some things that are currently happening. And I can get better at saying, Laura Jane, can you expand on that thought process? Right? Because that would help me to further know where you're coming from. But I just wanted to explain, for me, it's about leaving the narrative go falsely when there's actual work that's happening. And individuals pick up on that. They quote the school committee meetings. This is what becomes the soundbite. I remember one time last year, during the budget conversation, Deb said something about AP classes, and I was like, you don't want that. Let's correct that, Deb. That's not what you're trying to say. You're not trying to say, like, I don't only work, I work on behalf of the committees. And a lot of times, even when I suggest things to the committees, in my view, I am suggesting as a person who is advising you, because that's my role. So even when I make a suggestion of, hey, maybe you may want to do this, it is not, and so that goes to how I am perceived, right? It is not because I am perceiving my action as, hey, if the school committee walks this route, here is what I see as a superintendent as 3 steps down the road. And you're not walking that same lens. So I also would like the committee to know that's the lens that I look at through, not just from the staff, but even advising you, like, if you do this way with what we are facing, because I have a lens that you don't have, and that is the lens of the district. So I advise sometimes from that lens, and maybe I need to expand more.
Thank you. All right. We have 14 minutes and like 87 policies.
232.
No. Go ahead. Chair of the policy subcommittee.
So we
please
have
take it away.
we have 10 second reads. That's going to take way longer than 15 minutes. We have 3 first reads. That's going to take way longer than 15 minutes. We have relabel current policy. We can't really relabel until we adopt. So that's part of the second reads. And then we have the policy subcommittee recommendation for JICFB, which maybe we could finish in 15 minutes. So I would like to see if we could reorganize and do JICFB and start that conversation. Only that one.
Start there and see how quick we go.
Correct.
JIC.
There's a miracle we get through all other 13 policies.
Hark fast.
So
I think we should adjourn. I think this is way beyond it is 11:15. I think we should all go home and get some sleep. I understand that there's a lot of business left to do, but this is excessive. This is way excessive, and I want to go home and go to bed.
You can make a motion.
So I have at 8:30.
I will move that we adjourn this meeting.
You're moving to adjourn the region.
I will second.
But it was over here.
Sarah.
The sitting in the middle of business is for the birds. Tim, I don't think there is any discussion on an adjournment motion? Hold on.
My hand's been up for 4 agenda items, so
Hmm?
that's fine.
Okay, so there's no discussion for adjournment. There's just voting. Andrew,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Laura Jane,
No.
it was, Laura Jane was no. Andrew was, did you say yes, Andrew? And Sarah said yes? Anna,
Yes.
William,
No.
Bridget? Deb,
I'm going to abstain.
Tim,
Sorry, I couldn't hear what Bridget's vote was.
both
Bridget and Deb abstained.
abstained.
Thank you.
You get
I
to
vote
decide.
no.
No, and I will vote to adjourn, no. So there is 1, 2, 3 yeses, 1, 2, 3, 4 noes, and 2 abstentions. So the region is not adjourning.
Okay, so as policy chair, as policy subcommittee chair, I want to state this clearly. Policy JICFB was properly adopted by this committee, has been reviewed repeatedly by legal counsel. I think I count 4 times now. We have been advised that it is compliant with Massachusetts law. There is no legal deficiency before us. The current discussion is about preference, not compliance. Specifically, whether expectations that protect students should live in our policy or be shifted into procedures that can be changed administratively and without public vote. This committee intentionally placed those protections in policy to ensure clarity, consistency, transparency, and accountability for families and students. Removing them from policy does not strengthen protections, it weakens them. We have fulfilled our governance responsibility. Continuing to revisit this policy or seek additional legal review is unnecessary and an inappropriate use of resources. The policy review is complete. It is time to move forward and hold the district accountable for implementing the protections this committee has already adopted. In closing, I make the following motion. I move that the committee affirm policy JICFB as currently written, determine that it is compliant with state law, and conclude that no further policy audits, legal reviews, or revisions are necessary at this time. I further move that the committee direct the administration to focus its work on implementation and procedures consistent with existing policy.
And
Second.
Yeah, I was going to second too.
okay, thank you. I think Tim seconded it.
Tim seconded.
Excellent, thank you. Okay. Any further discussion? Bridget?
My bad. So I want to support William in this motion, and I want to give a little bit of looking back to what happened before some folks were on this committee and before this superintendent came on board, which is going back to the 2023 discovery of what was going on with the LGBTQ students in our schools, and the fact that bullying was happening, horrible, extensive bullying was happening, and things weren't being followed through on. So our district SSO coordinator and the superintendent at the time came to us with a BIP, and this committee, the people who are here, the bullying policy and implementation plan, right?
You gotta use your mic.
Yeah.
BIP is bullying intervention plan.
Yeah. And many members of the community came out against things in that plan. And the folks who were on this committee, like universally, we tore that plan up. But it became clear to us that the BIP, I hope, BPIP, beep, 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 pop, beep, pop, was not, was something that they could take our recommendations on, but that it did not make the policy, and that we needed a really strong and clear policy for this district. We went to MASC, we met with Mark Terry like 3 times about the policy. We had, again, the Title IX subcommittee, that was how I got involved in it, was looking exactly at what's going on in those Title IX reports and how could we prevent it from happening again. And Mark had read all the Title IX reports and had been through them extensively as well and helped us to craft something that would get in front of it. But also MASC's policy has many of the things that that Michael Joyce sent us a memo on and said weren't allowed, but they are there in the MASC policy. So all in all, which is to say, like, this school committee and the shape that it took and all the work that we did to pull it together really felt like this policy was one of our like actual core responses to what had happened and is really important for us to have in place. The last thing is, I don't even want to think of how many hours of legal advice we've gotten on this. And I think, you know, it's just been extensively reviewed and is like to review again. I just feel like it would be so expensive and also sends a message to the community. Like, here we are re-reviewing and considering pulling back on bullying at this point in time. It's been like, at least 18 months since we passed it, and we haven't seen the course of implementation at the extent that we would want it, but there have been some steps forward, and I think we'd like to see the next BIP developed within our framework.
Thank you, Bridget. Tim?
Yeah, thank you, Bridget. So I've tried to learn as much as I can about this issue and the history of it. It's been very difficult, you know, because a lot of this, you know, overlaps with personnel issues, I guess, and overlaps with student issues, right? And these are areas where information needs to be very, you know, carefully managed in terms of what the public can hear, what the community can hear. So that just naturally makes it difficult. But it seems to me at this point that we really need to draw back from the idea that the policy needs to be modified and focus more on learning if there are problems with proceduralization and implementation of this policy. Let's maybe learn more about that to the extent that we can and resolve those problems. I agree with what William and Bridget have said, that this has gone through thorough and extensive legal review. We have just reaffirmed our interest in continuing to work with the attorney who counseled the subcommittee on creating the policy. He has given renewed feedback about it. It seems like the policy is something that we are in fact legally able to do. So I would like to just keep it as it is. This is the feedback we've heard from the community as well. If there are specific friction points that make the policy unworkable, I think we should try to identify those in a systematic way. And then down the road, as we learn more about where the problems are in implementation, we can talk in open meeting and decide as a committee whether we want to tweak the policy to accommodate any procedure problems. But we would really have to find out what those are in open meeting before we can try to resolve them. So for now, I think we're safe to keep the policy as it is. I agree with the Joint Policy Subcommittee's recommendation.
Thank you. Dr. C?
This is one of those clarifying moments. William made a statement where he said there should be no more audits of policies. He also said it's an inappropriate use of resources. I would like to clarify that in policy BG, under policy review and evaluation, the role of the superintendent is outlined that the superintendent is given continuing commission of calling to the committee's attention all policies that are out of date or for other reason appear to need revision. The school committee directs the superintendent to periodically recall all policy and regulation manuals for administrative updating and committee review. So one, I did not call for an audit. I would like to clarify the narrative. I did not call for an audit of policies. I called for an audit of district practices to determine where the gaps in implementation was. The auditor then pulled and asked to see the BPIP as well as the policy, because every implementation of procedural practice that we put in place stems from the policies of the subcommittee. As a part of the audit findings, there were suggestions that was brought forth around the policy. My interpretation, which was outlined in the memorandum, was that there was a misalignment in legal based on what occurred. I sent it forward as I am supposed to, as per the policies, that if there is something that comes to my attention that has an issue in policy, I am to bring it forward. The resources were to determine where the gaps in our practices were, and as I previously stated, we started that work with the principals. If the school committee feels that the policy stands, that is the school committee's right. However, it would behoove me that if I receive something as feedback around a policy, as outlined in my role in policy BG, I brought it forward. So I just would like to correct that I did not institute an audit of policy. In instituting an audit of district practices, there was a recommendation that came forth, and I sent that to the committee and to the policy subcommittee.
Deb?
I'm good with with moving forward with this policy as it stands. It was extensively reviewed. We first took it up in February of 2024. It went through policy 8 times. It went through the joint school committee 3 times. It was approved 9-0 and 5-0. I couldn't find Pelham records. I don't see any benefit in sending it back through that process. We're just going to wind up with the same policy because we are the same people with the same perspective as we were then.
Thank you. William?
I just wanted to follow up on what Dr. Z said. I was only saying no further policy audits on JICFB or legal reviews or revisions that are necessary at this time. So I wasn't saying that there's no review of policies. I'm just saying there's no more on this time for only policy JICFB. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay. Oh, we have to.
There's a motion.
That was a motion.
The
so
motion was for the region.
Perfect. Dr. Z?
I have a clarifying question to no legal reviews or policies. If we are brought forth again with DESI or someone else and there is something that requires legal review, are you saying that I am to not respond to the body and not say, I need clarity because the school committee calls motions. And so this clearly says no further legal review or audits of policies. And if DESI calls, I just want clarity of, I know, but you're not policies, policy JICFB. If I am brought forth in a situation where I have to send it forward, you are now saying that I am not to send this forward.
It says not necessary at this time. So it's very specific that it's not now. It doesn't mean that it's not tomorrow or not later.
I just would like clarity.
So the policy,
May I?
oh my goodness, the motion says the school committee affirm policy JICFB as currently written, determine that it is compliant with state law and conclude, twice. Compliant and conclude that no further policy audits, legal review, or revisions are necessary at this time. Further move that the committees direct the administration to focus its work on implementation and procedures consistent with the existing policy. As the policy reads. Okay, so that motion is for the region. I mean, it has to be because Tim was your second. Okay. Any further discussion? Bridget,
Yes.
William,
Yes.
Anna,
Yes.
Laura Jane,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Andrew,
Yes.
Tim,
Yes.
and Sarah Beth, yes.
And Deb, yes.
Oh, and Deb. I started in a weird place. Sorry, Deb.
I move,
Deb.
I move the same motion for Pelham.
Second.
Favor?
I move the same motion for Amherst.
Second.
In favor? Motion passes.
Okay,
I pass the motion to adjourn.
God. All right. So are you adjourning the region?
I pass the motion to adjourn Pelham.
All right. Oh, that's Margaret. Sorry, Margaret. All right. All those in favor of adjourning the region? Oh, we,
Aye.
but we have to vote. Tim,
Aye.
Deb,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
William,
Yes.
Sarah Beth, yes. Anna,
Yes.
Laura Jane,
Yes.
Sarah,
Yes.
Andrew.
Yep.
All right, we're all adjourned.
Nice work. Drive safe.
Ha 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 ha.
Yep. You guys have to.
I move that Amherst adjourn.
Second, all in favor. All right, Amherst adjourned.